meeting that we can start. It's a beautiful day, so I would like to start the day with a quote from John Mayer. If you had started doing anything 2 weeks ago, by today, you would have been 2 weeks better at it. Good morning to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edelberto Leones of Linaria Cecil 5, to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tolod Masesar, to the two chiefs, Dr. Maria Eva Sayari Edon of the CID, Dr. Maria Carmela Tumpong Ablen of the SGOD, Education Program Supervisors, Public Schools District Supervisors, School Administrators, Teachers, Friends, Ladies and Gentlemen, maayong buntag ka natong tanan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah wa barakatuh. So again, this is the second day of our virtual capacity orientation on the RPMS and Opcrf. And to start with our program, let us all pause for a while for a Maranao prayer followed by a Christian prayer.
اللهم يا من على العرش كل شيء خلقه ثم هداه يا من أضحك وأبكى وأمات وأحيا وأسعد وأشقى وأوجد وأبلى ورفع وخفض وأعز وأذل وأعطى ومنع ورفع ووضع سبحان من شق البحار وأجرى الأنهار وكور النهار على الليل والليل على النهار يا من هدى من ضلاله وأنقذ من جهاله وأنار الأبصار وأحيا الضمائر والأفكار اللهم وفقنا لهداك واجعل عملنا في رضاك اللهم آت نفوسنا تقواها وزكها أنت خير من زكاها أنت وليها ومولاها اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا وكره إلينا الكفر والفسوق والعصيان واجعلنا من الراشدين يا رب العالمين.
Dear God, we praise and honor you as the Lord of our lives and the Lord over all you and beyond. We pray, O God, for your mercy and forgiveness, especially in times when we forget about you and fail to follow your word. O God, we thank you for coming into our lives and remind us that there is always hope for those who pray and believe. For all that we have, our lives, our work, our families, our neighbors, our co-workers, our friends, and even those against us, for whom we also pray. Thank you. Oh God, as one family, as one Department of Education, teach us to serve you and your people without counting the cost. ourselves in the name of public service and serve others above our personal interests. And help us to put our faith in action and see you in everything we do and all those we serve, especially our learners, the heart of Dapitan. Guide and lead our learners, teachers, administrators, and staff, family, community, and stakeholders to become faithful to our core values of makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, and makabansa, and enable us to contribute to building the nation and the world, and to make us worthy stewards of all your creation. We bring back all the glory and honor to you, O Lord, our God. Amen.
All right, once again, maayong buntag ka natong tanan. It's the second day of our virtual capacity orientation on Rpms-Opcrf of school heads. Before we'll start our session, let's all have our hataw, morning hataw. Take it away, Ma'am Yani.
You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and in the night I lie and look up at you. When the morning comes, I watch you rise. There's a paradise they couldn't capture. That bright infinity inside your eyes. 매일 밤 내게 날아가. 꿈이란 것도 잊은 채 난 웃으며 너를 만나. Never ending forever, baby. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and you are my 어둠이 내게 덮여냈었지. 길어진 그림자 속에서. And you said that we can't be together because we come from different sides. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and you are not outside. My universe, my universe, my 나를 밝혀주는 건 너를 사랑으로 수놓아진 별. 내 우주에 넌 다른 세상을 만들어주는 걸. 너는 내 별이자 나의 호주니까. 지금의 시련도 결국엔 잠시니까. 너는 언제까지나 지금처럼 밝게만 빛나줘. 우리는 너를 따라 이긴 밤을 수놓아. 너와 함께 날아가. When I'm without you I'm crazy. 자 어서 내 손을 잡아. We are made of each other, baby. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and you are not outside. My universe, my universe, my universe.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Yan. So I guess we're all set for our session for the second day of our virtual capacity orientation on RPMS-OPCRF of school heads. But before that, let me just announce to everybody that we have another set of prizes in store for our participation today. So the prizes are what we have here. We have the Nivea Intensive Moisturizer Body Milk. Okay, that's one. And we have a concentrated cream cleanser para sa inyong mga tiles, mga toilet. It's Zip from Shaawan, Selangor, Malaysia. Imported. Pamay na lang, no? And then we have a beauty drink para sa mawala atong mga kunot, a collagen drink. Dayon, na atay smart load, prepaid load, 100. I love the prices down yun si Ma'am Wilma Obatay. Ning kamot jud ta Ma'am Winda. Pwede ka ng beauty drink? Pamain. Okay. Naputay TM, ganiha smart to. And we have 6 load cards for each smart and TM. We also have kani mahal-mahal ni siya. You Go Boss perfume. Ikan sa States. Okay, from United States of America, courtesy of Chief Ablin. Then we also have a LabWorks Dio spray, body spray. Panglalaki ni siya. Yes, panglalaki. And we have Bench Atlantis. Nag-comment ra ba si Sir daw ani na ang Atlantis lang daw ang sakalam. Ganahan siguro siya ani. Then we also have a bag of Kit Kat. Itong ganahan og sweets. One bag of Kit Kat for you. Then we also have a beautiful can of cookies, butter cookies na naa sa Hello Kitty na can. Di ba? Social. Ma'am Jocelyn Espanueva, mine Kit Kat. Bisan asa na lang ana, kaso wala man cam and speaker. Niyon si ma'am. Chat lang tataman, kay control ang ato ang pag-comment. And then, wow, 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 an umbrella. Hindot kay siya. Russian Korean kay transparent. So those are the prizes up for grabs today. So you just participate actively. Yun si Ma'am Zenaida Omar, mine all. Yun si Auntie Joliet, pwede mamili, Sir Jong. Yun si Sir Elver, wow, kanindot sa body spray. Ma'am Wilma Ubatay, agoy, ako ano ng Hugo B. Alright, so mainyuhan ni tanan kung participate jud ta og tarong karong adlaw. Okay, so without much further ado, I'm giving you now our first speaker. This morning will be the research and planning section. So I'm giving you now our planning officer 3 of the Division of Lanao del Norte. Let's all welcome Ma'am Inking Francisca J. Mugot. Ma'am Ing.
Good morning. My respect to our schools division superintendent, Edelberto L. of Plenaria, CISO 5, our assistant schools division superintendent, Rosemary T. Masisar, and to our two chief is GOD Chief Maria Carmila T. Ablin, and our CID Chief, Maria Sairi S. Edon, and to all school heads and all who are in attendance, good morning. Okay, so my topic today is access to education. So this is part of your OPCRF. Okay, so our learners are our focus for today's discussion. Okay. Yan. Hindi ko ka next. Okay. So for KRA 1.4. So I suppose na you are handing with you your OPCRF. So naani siya sa 1.4. Provide accessible education by enrolling and keeping school-age children ages 5 to 17 in a school or learning center within the school year. So mauni siya ang atong KRA 1.4. So what is the requirement? Ang atong requirement is 1. So dapat na adjud tay community mapping. Ages 5 to 17. So ang atong elementary is ages 5 to 11 and our junior high school ages 12 to 15. Our senior high schools ages 16 to 17. And to present during the evaluation of your OPCRF, mapping should be signed, authenticated by the barangay chairman. So ang akong na-observe, I was not part of the evaluation team. Wala jud ni siya, dili jud ni makit-an dayon. So as early as January, third week of January, we are starting with our enrollment. So ang basic is to have the community mapping. So naa na jud ni siya. So pag abot na to sa end of calendar year, so dili wala na nagyirason nga unsay atong gi-enroll within your school. So naagid tayo mapping and signed na siya by barangay chairman. So dili siya accepted if dili siya authenticated ang barangay. Dili maka-authenticate ang barangay. So daghan magdala nga walay kanang dili siya validated by the barangay chairman. Okay. So, mao jud ni ibutang yun ninyo sa 1.4, the basic requirement is your community mapping. So, what is in your community ages 5 to 17 dapat na map ninyo nga dapat mosulod sa inyong school. Okay. Another requirement, school-age children enrolled in your school. So, dapat kani siya dili ta magkuan what you have downloaded or uploaded in the learners information system, makita na dayon pilay age 5 to 17 ang naka-enroll sa inyong school. So, mao ni ang pinaka-basic gyud sa 1.4 KRA. So dali ra kanang kung if you only would like to have a system nga naa jud mo siya mapping then against enrollment kay during the access of your uploading of your LIS naa naman dito ang ages sa bata. So okay, to take note, net enrollment rate mo ni itong sigig pangita no near 100% reviewed na is equal to 100% but not greater than 100%. So ug unsay ages sa community nga 5 to 17 maura na atong pangitaon para makakuha ta kanang na-enroll ninyo sa school nga mauna na maka atong ma-compute as your near. Okay. So mapping lang yun ta, student tracking. learners tracking. So for the gross enrollment rate, journey, mao ni siya, what is equal to 100 can be greater than 100%. Mao na ni siya kay ang atong population daghan pagayod-gayod tag mga overage. So more than 100 yun ni siya kasagaran. Pero sa year dili siya jud dapat 100%. So kung unsa lang tong ages sa community 15 to 17 sa year i-over ninyo sa inyo enrollment 5 to 17 over sa community population. Kung na-enroll ninyo, let's say for example, you have that community mapping of 100 and your community 100 and your school age population is 100, so 100% ang inyo ang near. Okay. So sa yun na kayo no ang 1.4 KRA. Okay. See, move on ta sa 5.3, updated and finalized accurate BUSI and EOC in the LIS and the BEIS. So, Learners Information System and Basic Information System or BEIS. So, we are in the deep ed, we are maintaining two systems. Kanina gyud siya ang official document that will present your data sa atong enrollment. So no other source. So official yun siya ang atong naa sa LIS. So okay. So mao ni ato ang pinaka basic gyud nga system nga gigamit. Okay. We have there the policy guidelines. The Learners Information System or LIS is envisioned to allow the Department of Education to better track its students or learners so that more appropriate intervention can be formulated for them. For instance, students who transfer from one school to another and can be monitored and better assisted using the data from the LIS. Moodyo na ang atong policy guidelines. So mauni atong gamiton nga if as a learner will transfer to other school, dali ra nato or to other region or nationwide, ma-track dayon nato sila using the system. Okay? Learners na gyud siya. So based based on DepEd Order 3, Series 2018, the rules and standards prescribed by this policy uphold the right of learners to enroll in public and private schools upon presentation of minimum requirements, documentary requirements, and to be provided with accessible, relevant, quality, and liberating education. So mauni siya stated. So mandate yun ni nato DepEd Order 3 Series 2018. Okay. Now we will now so mauni siya balik ko gamay ang DepEd develop system na atong LIS, Learners Information System, Basic Education Information System, and we have the National School Information System. So kato school building nato nga system sa una pero dili ni siya yearly. Yearly nato gina-collect na no mga last 2012 ta nag-update. So dili gid siya kanang atong ginagamit kanunay ang NSBI. So kanira gyud ta mag-revolve aning duha ka system. Okay. For the learners information system which is the LIS, ang features gyud niya ang mosulod dito is the learner's profile. na ay learners example, na dito ang learners age, enrollment status, unsa ba siya, pending ba siya, naa ba siya with dispute, or any other issue na diha sa ato ang LIS. And makita po ang level nga education sa bata and others. So, I suppose tanang mga school heads naka-view na gyud og unsay naa sa LIS. Okay. Learners ra gyud ni siya. And ato ang teachers ng grade sa bata. Okay, naa diri. All learners profile naa diri sa LIS. Okay. And then we have the facility. Makita dito for my updating of the policy of the facility, mao ni siya nga naa-adyo dito status of uploading. So makita nako wherein makita gyud once you will upload your data sample sa beginning of school year, mo reflect yun dayon dito ang month, ang day, ang year, and time of uploading. Ma-monitor yun na siya nako. Can be monitored. So, yan ang mukan lang ko, muad lang ko, kay daghang kayo gahangyo, text sa ako, nga dili ba daw mahangyo. It's not jud na ako i-alter ang result sa system. Kay mugawas gyud na siya kanus amo kay katong gigamit nila according to the committee sa evaluation mahiwagang libro daw to nako kay dili jud to pwede ma-alter kay pag once mo enter na mo sa system mo reflect gyud dayon kanus amo nag-upload. So kuan kayo sa nga tanan ang akong ang part sa planning sa kaning KRA kay dili kayo siya once mag-upload mo makita gyud dayon ang inyong performance.
Okay na, okay na. Okay na sir, okay na.
Okay ra. Saba ba daw? Then we will go to the basic education information system. So magamit lang ta aning BEIS. Wala pa man jud kuno according to the central office wa pa jud ma-enhance, sige pa jud sila enhance. So kung mogamit tag EBIS enhance na gyud na siya kanang properly naapay mga kanang system enhancement. So BIS lang sa atong gamiton. Ang features ani is naa dito ang inventory of resources like computer, water facilities, DRRM issues, sports, apps. And then we have also the health and nutrition PAPs, mga NSET, inventory of personnel and others, etc. Dayon, we have heard the timeline. Ang end of school year, EOSY, every end of school year. So example, kung mogamit tag end of school year nga data, ang atong gamiton na ang BEIS kay late man gud siya mogawas. Like example last year, nag-collect tag data wherein ang atong mga program holder were informed to validate. So i-validate niya. So walay lain nga system ni pasok sa end of school year, only BEIS. So mao na to'y gamito namo sa inyong rating. So end of school year na siya ang BEIS. So makita sa again sa dashboard sa facility, makita dayon namo or sa ako nga account nga unsa na status of uploading. So dili gyud siya pwede na pod sa BIS nga moingon tag ma'am submitted, validated. Pero ang atong basis is uploading man good in the system. validated ang copy, then uploaded ang system. Okay? Next. So, basic education information facilities, again, naara po na ko ang status of uploading. Makita na po na ko sa BIS wherein the month, day, year, and time of uploading. So, ma-monitor na po na ko. So, sayon lagi sa ako ang part to monitor the progress. So, kasagaran man good, makalimot man good ta kay pag beginning wala na tagat koan ang example sa ato ang opening of school year late siya karon. So dapat ang beginning na school year nga gamito nato is the LIS. So ang LIS din inyong bantayan pag open sa school year. Pag end na po other na po nga system kaning BEIS. Okay? So with these two systems, LIS and BEIS, reminder lang, yearly orientation. Naagid ta ani, yearly orientation on the enhancement of the two systems. Kanunay gid ni nato siyang gi-orient. I don't know kung amo jud nang paningkamutan nga both school heads and ICT coordinators are the participants. Then, naapo dito, when you open both system, naa-adjud dihay posting of advisory or advisories on the LIS or BEIS can be seen upon opening the system. Ang matabo manggod, kanang paan kay sa nga tanan ba murag daghan jud kaayo tag mahimong question. It's because pag open na lang sa system inyo ring diretso close. Please read kay time to time na ay posting diha nga EOSY will be open, LIS will EOSY will be open, BEIS na ay timeline, na ay mga advisories. So, according to Floor, inyo manggod pag open ninyo sa system, i-diretso jud ninyo sipa, i-close ninyo diretso. And then, wala mo nagbasa sa advisory. So, posted na diha. Pero kung naa-joy dako nga enhancement, we will be calling you, school heads, for an orientation. Pero kana lang yung ginagmay, unsaon pag input sa mga data na ay mga kuan tutorial, please open. So pang-enroll example, nang-enroll mo sa bata without using the affidavit of undertaking, which is an attachment sa atong DepEd Order 3, Series 2018. So dapat kung ang bata wala dyan dalang document, so dapat inyo dyan nang ipapirma o affidavit of undertakings. Nga, if naa siya unsettled account dito sa other school, mupirma yun siya when niya is-submit para ma-officially enrolled ang bata. Okay? So, any problem? I think, mga to ko ang kuan, dali na kayo ang system, dali na jud if you will only make a calendar of your activity. Kailangan kayo tag kuan kinang mga what we call this one mga trabaho, i-calendar lang yun ninyo. Kay kani gani atong enrollment reminder lang, our enrollment is will be closed October 31. So naana dito, gi-post na dito sa advisory. So dapat kuan jud ta, basa jud ta sa system. And then sorry to see you nga dili gid pwede mahangyo og ma'am kana na ang unsa ba to daghan kayong hangyo nga dili ba bahang dili jud pwede kay pag access yun ako, pag download yun ako sa result, naa jud natatak kita man jud mo nga naa jud dito ang time, date, year nga kanusta ninyo gi-upload. Okay? That will be all. Or any any questions? Or na-question yan? Dali ra jud siya kaayo. Dili jud siya pwede nga may marason nato. If you only use kanang yes, ma'am. It's true. Ma'am, ibat okay. So naay question si Ma'am Juliet Gonzaga. Ma'am Ing, bata ang moperma sa affidavit of undertakings. Dili ang parents, sila ang nagpa-enroll. Ma'am, dili pwede ang bata nga magpirma sa affidavit of undertaking. It should be the parent or the guardian. Kay ang bata dili man na siya kaayo kakuan, dili man na siya sabot pa kaayo. So explain gyud niya sa parent nga mao ni natabo temporary enrolled sila. It's because walay document. Parent gyud siya, ma'am. Okay. So Josephine Malabang, thank you, ma'am. Thank you din po. Good morning, ma'am. Kang Elisaida Adap. Ma'am, pwede di ay i-upload, ma'am. Bisag wala pa ma-validate. Mao maning madugay mi og upload kay dili na mo i-upload hangtod dili ma-validate. Okay? So, mao ni siya sa BIS. It's because wala mo follow sa timeline. I think mga 10% ra ang wala nakapa-validate. Naluoy gani ko sa mga program holder kay bisag asa sila to all school heads nga congratulations nga grabe jud makasunod-sunod. Muingon pa manggali na si Ma'am Arlene, wa pagyud ta na human ani or si Winnie. Saputon jud sila pero unsaon man mandate man nato to validate. Dili gid siya pwede, ma'am. Dapat i-validate. Pero I have also given an instruction if na-late mo pag-validate, pa-validate, pwede raman siya from mid na dayon, na dugay pa, pwede i-upload ninyo. Once validated, re-upload. Ang latest uploading, mo na siya ma-counted. Dapat lang inana man, sundon lang yun na itong policy kay dili po, nano man nahimo sa uban, then sa imo dili. So, tingali nakalimtan. Okay? Hinay-hinay daw kaayo ang odso ni, unsa ni, day, Ma'am Inking sa community, Zenaida Omar. Asa naman po day, muhawa man siya day. Wala akong ibasa. Kadit lang, ha?
Hinay kay kamangki.
Hinay kay ko? What is yan?
Reklamo sila, dili sa kadungog nimo.
Ano man ni?
May tao dili ko.
Dili sa kadungog. Okay. Hello? Hinay na kayo video?
Okay raman, kusog raman dire.
Ay, kusog dire. Thank you. Naamang pinagreklamo. So, diri ko sa kang Ma'am Runa mawala. Kusog man sa ako. Diri. Thank you, ma. Thank you, sir. Loud and clear. Thank you. Si Ma'am Winda. Okay, ma'am. Diari, ma'am. Loud and clear, ma'am. Thank you. Kusog man sa ako, ma'am. Okay. Diri po, akong ibasahon ang query ni Ma'am Rona. A parent failed to submit the document as agreed in the affidavit of undertaking. or until the end of school year because of school obligation. The previous school, what would be the final status of the learner? So dili gyud siya ma-promote, ma'am. Naaman dito sa kanang condition sa affidavit of undertaking. If katong ilang gipirmahan nga dili gyud siya nila ma-comply, dili ma-promote ang bata. So, dili man gid ni nato ma-violate kay it's a DepEd order. Okay? Naapo diri kang Sir Elver Gunisto. Ma'am, I just want to say for a clarification regarding near Jer and nga si near dili jud na molapas of 100%. It is because that the pupil enrolled in the school 5 to 11 for elementary, that is the reason nga dili na mo apas og 100%. So mao gyud na siya sir, dili gyud siya pwede mo lapas og 100%. Kay ang inyong i-track is the community. Kana na gyud nga inyong community or barangay nga 5 to 11. So kana nga bata or in school na bata, if mag 100 magtanan in school 5 to 11, mo 100% ang imo ang near. Pero ang JER, it's because daghan pa ang atong overage. Mula pa siya og 100% pwede. Okay? Any other loud and clear? Okay na dari ma'am. No problem ma'am. Thank you ma'am Linda. Heidi, kusog po diri sa ako. Thank you. Unlike JER, mula pa sa 100% if ever because ma-include ang ages, included yun na siya sa JER, Sir Elver. Included yun na sa computation ang overage. Kay kuan man na, what is enrolled in your school regardless of age. So over katong inyong school age population which is 5 to 11. Okay, loud and clear. Thank you sir. Kandaw.
Hello, Ma'am Inking.
Inking, busog rapod. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Ma'am Inking. Good morning. Pwede ko magtana, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Dili man ako makuha na kong picture si Ma'am Apat ni Ma'am Inking.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning ka nang. There are times nga kung mag-upload mi ba? Dayon, for example, school form 7. Matingala na lang mi nga may starring among ngalan nga wala naka-upload. Dayon, mag-screenshot pag yun mi, send sa imuha nga nakasend na mi. Pagkasunod na paghihapon ang ngalan sa among eskwelahan nga wala pag yun. Kanang example lang ba? Example, no? What's the cause? Unsay reason of not accepting? What's the factor to consider nga nung dili ninyo madawat? Nya kami kapila namin nag-send. Mao na niya may starring among ngalan. It's it feels irritating nga ang among eskwelahan gabalik-balik nga nahuman na di ay may upload. Unsay rason ana Ma'am Inking?
Okay, ma'am. Kanang it's because ang atong submission sa SF7 it's manual. So ako mismo nag-request po ni Floor nga naara gyud isa ka system or isa ka link nga dito mo tanan. And then we have one employee karon atong StatAid. Siya okay. Monitor ma'am. Wala kaayo ko nakaputok ana nga trabaho. So kinang sorry to inform nga naapoy asa kahato na send. So wala niya ma-view. So it's kanang magkuan lang jud mi kanang with the help of the ICT ako na siya gyud gihangyo ni Floor nga if naami pangayoon sa isa ra gyud ta ka account mo submit kay di ba manual to to siya walay system ato mo PM lang mo sa SF7 o katong is E4 ba to? Kay gi-require to ni sir kay we were tasked to validate with the personnel data. So amo na gitrabaho karon sa atong stat-id in person of Christine Maramot. Maramot. Basta na siya karon bagong staff sa planning. Wala kayo siya. So any nga mosulod sa mga dili patingali mo friend ma'am adtong mga ilang inyong gipensendan. Oh,
Siguro
mo na
sige.
okay. Bago pa
I-update ko mi nga. Mo na nga. Maski
Oh.
pagkaduha ka tulod na napamagod gyapon ang ngalan. So at least in one notice, mawala dayon siya kung na-recognize ninyo. Dayon mo mag non-performing manggod ang school niya kami gas kuan biya mega pas-pas nya mo ro nahitabo. Salamat. Okay, salamat ana Ma'am Ingking. Another concern is kanang
ma'am nga we will be having one system run yun nga is
Yes,
dito
ma'am.
yung sulod. Kay
Maayo.
16 pod dili pa kayo na mga friend ang uban nga mga ICT or school head. So dili tingay ni nakuha tanan. Mao tong post pod sa non-submission kay she was instructed with si Chief Ablin nga kinsa tong wala nakasubmit. So post lang po siya dayon kinsa wala.
Dayon Ma'am Ingking, another issue big and diri lang gyud ko maglibog sa senior high school. Senior high school concern ma'am. You cannot consider a student drop kung wa siya ma-enroll, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, ang atong senior high school, 2 semesters man na, first semester, second semester. Ang second semester na ay mga bata na enroll sa first semester but stop in the second semester, meaning they did not enroll in the second semester. Can you consider them drop? Nga wa man sila na-enroll?
Kuan ma'am, dili siya ma-consider as drop. Ang drop is to repeat manggod, di ba? Mo repeat siya sa grade level. But if wala lang siya complete, dili siya completed. So wala manggoy ka nang, di ba? If mo stop siya pagka second sem, pagka next year, second sem na po siya mo enroll. Kay wala man kay gi-open na first sem.
Pero ang gi-consider na mo ga-drop man good ma'am, ang result sa amo anami drop out nga second sem man siya wala nag-enroll. So dili siya matawag og drop.
Na-handle na namo sa central office. Amo na siyang gi-drop. Kay ngano siya ma-drop man if drop, di ba ang atong concept sa drop is dili siya mo complete in a grade level. So complete drop na siya. But kung man siya sa first semester, then second sem wala nag-enroll. Left na lang siya.
Liver lang siya, liver.
Oo. Ipa-enhance pa ang system na mo na kay dili ba siya drop. Lahi ba itong drop out?
Correct. Mo dyan na siya mamingking. Muna mo problemahan.
Central office, ma'am. Mabitaw time to time mo stop ang system kay mayon dahil po sila o system enhancement.
Okay.
Last
issue, ma'am. Last issue. Bahin sa quick count LES, quick count, and the LIS. Ngayon tayo quick count LES, kato nang nag-enroll, nag-fill out sa ilahang LES form, ba?
Katong
count.
Quick count.
Ang nahitabo, during the official magklase na yun, wala na to sila na malik. What is the effect now of the school to that quick count nga it did not coincide with the LIS? Kay, of course, we cannot control kung they change their mind, they transfer to other school instead of reporting to our school.
Mo po na struggle na mo karon sa mga planning, ma'am. Kay it's because i-compare nila ang LIS QC o LIS yun beginning of school year. Kay katong LIS busi is kanang naanag yun ang name sa learners. Maunag yun to sure nga mo enroll sa inyong But katong QC pinaspasay biya ta ato, di ba? Good gani, congratulations to all school heads. Kay niabot ra gyud tag 100.1%. So dili ra kaayo layo ang atong quick count. Pero sa uban karon, if you have seen the status sa atong region, behind yun guys sila kay pati daw nagkuha sa ilang QC, quick count. Compared to sa ato yung LIS nga beginning of school year.
Okay.
So dili lang na nato i-duil og ayo ma'am kay murag sayop daghan jud mayon enroll pero pagkahuman sa final na dili man sila mo kuan na learners na dili mo padayon.
So so avoid lang po og siguro mo comment na ipakuha ninyo na ipa-enroll ninyo ng mga something like that ba nga dili naman gyud na mo control kay murabag po it's akin to murabag painful po na to madunggan nga ipakuha na tong enroll so di na gyud sila mag-enroll dire. I hope that you will consider also how we struggle on that situation. Ma'am, last promotion na lang yun, Ma'am Ingking. Promotion kay we are talking about OPCRF manggod here. Natingala po ko aning promotion. Kung ang mga within the school year, ibali na ako'y 1,000 ka enrollees. Nainibalhin 20 ka buok, okay? Nainibalhin transferred out 20. So doon na lang ko inaabot nga 980. Kanang 980 na ko sa eskwelahan, 100% promoted. But if you are going to consider the enrollment, nag-transferred out naman, dili yun na siya mag 100. Unsaon man na nato ron nga, i-justify na mo, 100% yun me. Pero if kung ang promotion man good is, we consider the enrollment as of beginning, di ba? Beginning man good.
Beginning of school year.
What's a so 1,000 akong beginning, 1,000. Ang na-promote is kuanra 980 ka buok kay ang 20 ana is nag-transferred out. So kung akong i-consider ang nabilin promoted siya kana meaning 100%.
So how do you deal on that? Sa atong KPI na amantay promotion na i-trans out. So ma-justify ra na nato if naadyo tay mga kanang gap sa ato ang promotion is because naatay transfer out.
Yeah, we justified it. Pero tanaw mo dayon nga wa day mo na 100%. So what do you mean by 100%? Nga nag-trans out naman siya, ang nabilin gyud siya mo 100% promoted.
Lagi unta jud siya. Pero ang struggle man gud nato karon ma'am, it's the system gyud nga mo compute diretso. Mo justify na lang ta siya ma'am.
If we are following the system, what about our effort? It's not just a justice. We should also be given justice to that. Kay kung ako'y pa-analyze on, 100% yun na siya. Kay ang trans out counted na sa other school. Di ba?
Ano dyan na siya unta dapat ma'am. Pero if you can only witness nga during sa among mga planning conference, ay magsinyagitay na yun dito. Yun anang dapat kayong lapses sa system.
You know,
kaya ayaw yun siya doable ba in anak. Like, ang amo pong problema karon kanang sa enrollment sa ALS, dili ma-cater. If naay ALS mo transfer sa regular, dili siya mo kuan ba? Dili pa gyud ma-reflect ang ALS na enrollment.
Naara ba may enrollment ana dire? Kanang 11.
Muna ang region kanunay gyud nga iikuan, kanunay gyud na mo gina-feedbackan ang region kay kami pod pareha karon unsa naman minimo ninyo di amurag lapses pod namo pero dili siya kay sa system ang good magkuan naman gud dili naman sila mudawat og kanang kuan
siguro
mo kuan bitaw ko.
Siguro, Ma'am Ingking, we have to define it operationally. What is promotion in the division? Kay kung ang sistema ay diferensya, dili ta mo kon sa system kay sayop na daan ang system.
Diba? Naamang kuan ma'am mga recommendation during sa ato ang ISMEA or pandemya. So ako lang ni ikuan ni Ma'am Ivy nga ma-feedback po na sa region or the region to make recommendation po sa national, kay aron pud maaksyonan nila kay nga naman gid ang policy is ang policy maker is region dayon central office. So maubitaw nato ISMEA if na findings pwede ta isulod nato sa ISMEA para masulod po dayon sa region to central office.
Okay, Ma'am Inking, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you so
Kayo.
much, Ma'am Malo. Any other question?
Ma'am Ing, time is up na po. Alas 10 na.
Okay, so time is up na daw sa ako kay it's 10 o'clock then naapa si Sir Regent. Okay, that's all and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to our planning officers. If you do have queries, you can type all your queries at our chat room so that we can address them. So paki-type na lang po sa ating chat room whatever your queries are so that we can proceed to our next speaker. Kasi madugong labanan din itong next na topic. So again, we are now happy to have our second speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, our Division Research Coordinator, our Senior Education Program Specialist in Planning and Research, Dr. Bridget Emmeline Abalorio.
Thank you so much, Sir Joe. May I confirm if my audio is working?
But your voice is not good.
Yes, your audio is very working.
Thank you so much. My respect to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oprinaya, CESO 5, to our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rosemary T. Masesar, to the chief education supervisor of school governance and operations division, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, to the chief education supervisor of curriculum implementation division, Dr. Maria Eva S. Idon, to our Administrative Officer 5, Sir Armando V. Pasok, to our Legal Officer, Attorney Myra Flor Armas, to the CID, OSDS, and SGOD personnel who are in attendance, my dear administrators, friends, ladies and gentlemen, my greetings of peace and good health. At this juncture, I will be presenting to you the objectives in our OPCRF, which in regards to the planning and research section, specifically on research, SIP, articles, and publication. Allow me to present my slides.
Abstract of solution. Dahil ano ang resolution na mali?
Can anyone confirm if my slides are already on board?
Okay, ang copy ato sa isa.
Sir Jong, okay na ako ang screen.
Okay.
Yes, Sir Bridget. Anay mong screen,
Okay, thank
makita
you.
na kayo.
Thank you. So I will be presenting to you the different documents, how to acquire those documents so that we can comply and get a five score in our 5 to improve or enhance any performance indicator or learning outcome through action research by the end of the school year. For 5.2 objective, it is to implement innovation pertaining to curriculum and instruction within the school year to address problem areas often and to improve their performance and learning outcomes. And of course, 5.4 objective, that is to utilize at least 50% of the available school management and operations data in strategic planning and decision making as evidenced in the SIP for school year. Now let's start with 1.5. Okay, I will start with 1.5. That is to improve or enhance in performance indicator or learning outcome through action research by the end of the school year. The main focus is to conduct action research as our division memorandum 244 series of 2015 states that all school administrators are not just encouraged but are mandated to conduct at least one action research every school year. So what are our guidelines? So we have DepEd Order number 16, series of 2017, titled Research Management Guidelines. We have also Division Memorandum number 508, series of 2018, titled Unified Schedule on the Conduct of Research and Innovation. We also have Division Memorandum number 323, series of 2020, titled Division Research Management Guidelines. You can download these directives, you can download these issuances as your references in the conduct of action research. So, ang pangutana, what is research? When to start research? How to start research? What topic for research? And why to research? So these are some of the questions raised to me by the teaching and non-teaching personnel in the field who wants to conduct research. So pinakauna dyan na ito nga himuon is for us to understand what is research, no? Unsa jud ay ang research. So if you will search that in the dictionary or sa Google, research is more on the systematic process, no? Systematic process of kanang getting data or information to prove or disapprove existing theories or mao na jud ang ato ang meaning sa research. It is a systematic investigation. What pasabot when we talk about systematic investigation, it is a step by step process. Dili kay mo anhi lang diri sa akong office, magdala sa iyahang hardbound kay magpaperma kay ranking next week, no? So asa na diha karon ang step by step process. So pura siya og kanang drive-through nga diretso, no? So ang research, it is a step by step process, and in the division of Lanao del Norte, it is a 1 year activity sa pagkandak nato og research. So mao jud na dapat natong timan-an, the conduct of research, it is a systematic process, no? It is a systematic process both pasabot step by step. And ato po dapat hibalaan nga in the Department of Education, we only classified research into two. We have the action research and we have the basic research. But we always encourage all teaching and non-teaching personnel to conduct action research. Buot pasabot, when we talk about action research, there's a problem in the school and you have there's a solution, and that solution will try to address or solve the problem. O nang gitawag nga action research because there's an action that you want to implement in order to address that challenges. So later on, ato nakuanon kung unsaon nato pagtubag ng when to start, how to start, what topic for research, and why to conduct or why to start conducting a research. Now, in the Department of Education, we have that 5 A's as an action research framework. So, kanang 5, kung ako na siyang i-discuss, siguro mga 2 days or 3 days dapat nato nang kuhaon para ma-discuss ang framework. But in this discussion, I will summarize that into 3. Kaya ang 5 A's manggod, it is the assess the situation, act a question, then analyze the situation. Hantod nga 5 ka buok A's na siya. But I will just summarize that into 3. For the action research, we have problem, solution, then implementation to the problem. Sir Jong, excuse me. Okay, so we have 3 lang, problem, solution, and implementation. So mag-start jud ka og research, when to start a research when there is a problem. Mao nang ang tawo, ang teacher or ang school heads mo anhi sa ako ganahan o kanang moingon siya nga, sir, I would like to conduct a research. The first question that I will ask is, what is your problem? no? Unsa di ay imuhang problema nganong mag-conduct man ka og research. Daghan kaayo problema ang ato ang Department of Education, especially the Division of Lanao del Norte, as we implement the new normal learning setup here in the Division of Lanao del Norte. So naay mga problema, naay mga challenges, naay mga issues. So mao nay ato ang tutukan. And we need to prioritize that and to think of the pressing problem in our school. So kung naa na tay problema, the next thing that you will ask is, what are the solutions or what are the things that you can do in order to address that problem? And that will be your solution or intervention to the problem. And that solution will be implemented in order for you to solve the problem. So dira ra jud naglibot-libot ang ato ang action research. There's a problem. After knowing the problem, what are your solutions? Then after having that solution, you implement the solution and think or analyze or interpret whether that solution will really solve the problem. Okay? So, natay gitawag nga research area of focus. Ako ni siyang gi-include karon sa ako ang presentation because some of the researches nga gibutang diri niingon dayon na principal nga, sir, maayo kaayo nako pagkagama ang research kay murag gipahimo siguro. Lami po kay akong topic, sir, dayon kanang interesting kaayo ako ang topic nganong automatic man i-disapprove. No, so maayo kayo pagkahimo kay Dr. good siya. No, maayo kay siya mohimo og research, maayo kay pagkagama kay kanang more on language pa jud siya dayon kanang maayo kayo, interesting kayo yan topic pero automatic gi-disapprove ngano man because we have another consideration aside from the criteria. We also have another consideration and that is the research area of focus. Gitawag nato na siya sa DepEd og research agenda because in the last few years the central office are kanang having a survey of the different challenges, problems and issues in the field, and with that, after that survey ilahang generalize and they come up with four themes or research themes nga mao na siya ato ang research agenda, mao na pressing problem sa Department of Education. So we make sure that our researches or topics must be anchored to these themes. We have teaching and learning process, child protection, human resource development, and of course the governance theme. For the teaching and learning process and child protection, these are the themes advised for the teachers because they have the direct contact with our learners because teaching and learning process and child protection involves instruction, assessment of learners' performance, learners' outcomes, bullying, teenage pregnancy, addictive behavior, and child labor. So sila ang naay direct contact sa atong bata. So these themes are really advised for our classroom teachers. So usapod nga ma-disapprove ato ang research tungod kay si principal ang iyahang gi-research is trabaho ni teacher. Si teacher po ang iyahang gi-research is trabaho ni principal. For example, one teacher proposed a study on the kanang utilization of MOOE in school, no, basis for intervention program. No, pura basig makasuhan ang principal dayon nato ana kay daay mga anomalya nga nakita si teacher sa MOE utilization. So focus ta kung unsa imong trabaho mao pod ang imong kandakan og research. So for the school administrators, we advise you to conduct research on human resource development and governance. When we talk about human resource development, you can conduct study about teacher qualification at diri na sa division hiring, diri ta mo focus sa career development of our teachers and incentives, the personal and professional growth or development of our teachers. We can focus that. We can conduct research on that in enhancing their teaching skills, in enhancing their professional skills, their personal skills. Then we can also conduct research about incentives. No, when we talk about incentives, We are looking about the motivations of our teachers, how we can elevate the motivation of our teachers so that they can perform well in the classroom. We also encourage our school administrators to conduct researches under governance teams. When we talk about governance teams, natay planning diha. What happened now to the implementation of the school improvement plan? What about the planning in terms of curriculum planning, no? Management planning, governance planning. So what about finance? What about the implementation or the utilization of our resources in schools? Program management, we have different programs that the division, the regional, and the central office are implementing, no? Kamo man gyud ang naga-implement sa mga programs diha sa schools. So how did you assess that program implementation? How did you assess that programs? Are there any problems? Are there any issues? Are there any challenges? And how you can solve that? Challenges and issues in your school. We also have transparency and accountability and also evaluation of our program. So these are the two themes that school administrators can conduct research. We have human resource development and of course the governance. Now, the next question, sir, mao naman gito, human resource development and governance. Then, what topic for research? Unsay topic nako sa research, para sa research? So, naatay workshop. So I will give you a workshop titled workshop number 1 titled I will try. So atong i-try. So these six questions will help you to start your research, no? So kung maansira nato ning unom ka buok karon, possible ta nga makahimo og research topic and makahimo og research title. These questions are: what is your concern? Unsa jud di ay ang concern nato? Unsa jud di ay ang problema nato sa eskwelahan? Number 2, why are you concerned? Nganong nagproblema po ko ani? No? Kung mao ni ang problema sa school, nganong ako po jud na siyang problemahon? Nganong akong i-prioritize? That's the rationale of the research na dayon. Next, number 3, what do you think you could do about it? Mao ni ang problema, nagproblema jud ko ani, unsa kahay akong ikatabang para masulbad nako ang problema? Number 4, what kind of evidence could you collect to help you make some judgment about what is happening? Unsaon nako pag-identify kung naay problema, din ang problema ko, din na ako'y solution, unsaon nako pag-identify nga nasulbad ang problema through the solution nga ako ang gi-implement? That's number 4. Number 5, how would you collect such evidence? So, kung mao ni ang mga indicators or evidences nga ako ang tan-awon, unsaon nako ni siya pag-collect? And number 5, how would you check that your judgment about what has happened is reasonable, fair, and accurate? So, unsaon ni mga ningon ka nga kanang ay nasulbad jud ang problema tungod sa ako ang solution. So, the question now sa committee is how sure you are that it is really the solution that you implement is the reason why na-solve ang ato ang problem. So these are the 6 questions that we try to answer now, and from your answers, you can formulate a research topic or a research title. I will give you an example, then after sa ako ang example, I will give you 5 minutes to answer the 6 questions and make your research title and type that in our chat box, and our statistician aide, Ma'am Christine Maramot, will check the first 4 school administrators who can give their answers, who can give the research 6 answers and the research title, and that 4 administrator will receive rewards from our chief Ablin. Okay, let's have an example first. What is your concern? Okay, for example, my concern is the low performance rating of my teachers in the RPMS. Kamay og rating ang akong mga teachers sa ilahang IPCRF. Next question, why are you concerned? Concern ko ana, sir, because it affects the performance of the school. Kung dili naga-perform si teacher, maapektuhan pud ang performance sa teacher, especially sa learning outcome sa ako ang mga sa mga estudyante o sa mga access na mga key performance indicators. So mao na siya na ko'y problema, then ngano na problema ko ana. Karon, number 3, what do you think you could do about it? unsa may akong pwede nga solution para ani nga mga teacher. Basin di ay based on my observation, teachers are not well motivated to perform well sa ilang duties and functions in the classroom. So I will ako sang hulman ang innovation ni Chief Ablin. Perhaps I can make employee of the month project, no? Maghimo kog employee of the month project because the teacher will be motivated because they will receive rewards, they will be recognized every month as soon they will be recognized kung nag-perform sila og maayo ana nga bulan. So employee of the month project perhaps is the solution. Then what kind of evidence could you collect to help you make some judgment about what is happening? So unsaon din nako karon pag ingon nga unsa mga evidences or indicators ang ako ang gamiton so that I can say that the solution or the intervention will really solve the problem. So perhaps the performance rating of my teachers, no? So dira ta kaya nga to ang purpose ng God is to address the low performance rating of the teachers. Now, how would you collect such evidence? Of course, you conduct RPMS evaluation, no? You conduct RPMS evaluation, you evaluate your teacher, and then just compare their performance rating. And that is answer for number 6. How would you check that your judgment about what has happened is reasonable, fair, and accurate? Perhaps you will compare their performance rating during the mid-year evaluation and year-end evaluation, or you will compare their current performance rating and their previous performance rating. And if there is a significant difference, therefore, your intervention has a significant contribution in addressing the problem, which is the low performance of your teacher. So out from this answer, we can now generate our research title. So from that 6 answer, pwede ta makahimo og title nga Enhancing Teachers' Performance Rating through Project SEM or School-Based Employee of the Month. So pwede nato na siya, that's a good research title. Pwede po nato siya Osborne para naatay, gitawag na to power in the title. So magamit ta og colon. So we have Project SEM, School-Based Employee of the Month, its contribution to teachers' performance rating. So see, just answer the 6 questions and you can formulate your research question or your research title, I mean. Again, answer the 6 questions and then you can formulate your research title. So this time, I will just give you 5 minutes to answer the 6 questions and formulate your research title and post that or chat that in our chat box, and Ma'am Christine will check the first four administrators who will give their answer. Your 5 minutes starts now. Okay, time is up. So later, Sir Jongjong will announce to you the four winners who will receive rewards from Chief Avelin. So we will proceed to the next slides of my presentation. So, research na namoy title, no? Nakuha na nato karon ang ato ang six questions, and then you formulated already your research topics or your research titles. Now put another considerations. We have the research priority topics in the new normal. Siguro ang uban wala kahimo sa ilahang research titles, but I will still give you some suggested research priority topics that are priority, especially in the new normal. So we have sa theme C, Human Resource Development, you can conduct research on the utilization of DepEd recommended online platform for those schools who are implementing online classes. So questions we have: how competent and efficient the school heads and teachers in using the recommended online platforms? What are the technological strengths and needs of DepEd personnel or your teachers? What are the most effective and efficient online platforms for teaching development? No? So sa una, atong gigamit is NSET Unlock. Can we utilize the online platforms for the teaching development? What are the levels of responsiveness and adaptability of our teachers in using the new learning modalities? We also have you can conduct also research on virtual professional development progress, like what is the readiness level of each governance in the delivery of online trainings, workshops, and seminars. What are the resources needed for an effective and efficient delivery of online professional development programs? You can also conduct research on the employees welfare. No, what are the effects of pandemic to the ed or to your teachers and the intervention needed? What safety mechanisms can be applied to safeguard personnel in the new normal condition? What support are being provided by the schools or by the offices to their personnel working under critical conditions? So what are your support as school administrators to your teachers who are working under critical conditions? What is the extent of compliance of school heads on the work arrangement of personnel as per IATF and DepEd policy? You can also conduct research on performance assessment. How do personnel performances will be assessed in the new normal condition, di ba? Sa pagsugod sa new normal learning setup, we also change our IPCRF in terms of the KRAs or in terms of the objectives. So how did you assess that performances of your teachers in the new normal condition? And then what is the level of your teachers' performances in the new normal condition? Next, still under human resource development, you can conduct study on the coping mechanism and resiliency. What is the readiness level of DepEd personnel or your teacher in the new normal? What is the status of psycho-emotional health of DepEd personnel and the psychological first aid provided to mitigate the effect of the pandemic? What are the different sources of stress of personnel, its effects, and intervention needed? What are the best practices of teachers in becoming resilient amidst pandemic? So these are some of the research questions that you can use as your guide in making your research topics or you're making your research title. You can also conduct research on remote construction delivery. What are the provisions provided to teachers during remote instruction? That's instruction, not construction. How effective and efficient in the delivery of remote instruction? Then what are the stress management or what are the stress management programs that you can provide to these teachers? For still in human resource development, you can conduct research under hiring qualifications, but more on the personnel section in the division office. We have communication management. How do school personnel maintain their effective communication network to sustain continuous operations? What are the commonly used communication platforms and how efficient its utilization for the delivery of basic education services? So these are some of the research topics that are priority in the new normal condition under human resource development. Basin katong inyong gi-formulate karon nga research topic is nabilong or na-anchored ani nga priority, then you can now proceed in making your proposal. But katong wala pa naka-formulate og research topics, you can make this as a guide in making your research title and in writing your research proposal. We also have priority topics under the governance. We have program management and financial resource management. So program management, more on what are the strategies, what are the interventions for you to really implement well or successfully the program, like the SBM, WINS, Health, Brigada Escuela, journalism, sports and culture, partnerships. Then what is the comparative analysis on the effect of pandemic to program indicators? Like for example, the level of stakeholders' participation in the Brigada Escuela as a comparative study in the new normal against the before nga wala pa ang COVID-19. So you can have to conduct a study on that. You also have you can conduct also research topic on financial resources management, like how can the school maximize its available resources to ensure the full operation in the new normal, like in the implementation of the SIP, naata dito yung mga resources needed pero kulang paghihapon siya, then maura na atong available resources. Then how you can maximize these available resources in order for us to deliver our mandate, and that is to deliver basic quality education to our learners. Now, what is the level of utilization and liquidation of the school MOA during the pandemic? This is a study of Ma'am Inday Padayhag or Ma'am Emily Padayhag, our budget officer. She conducted a study this year about the utilization of our MOOE during the pandemic. Siguro some of you were the respondents of Ma'am Inday's research, and that's already completed. We can also conduct study on what are the operational, legal, and security problems or challenges that your office encountered. Your office will implement, like implementing electronic signatures. No, so these are the financial resource management topics that you can conduct as school administrators. You can also conduct technology utilization. We have laptops, we have cell phones, we have gadgets in schools. So how does technology improve the mobilization of programs and projects in all governance levels? How efficient is the delivery of basic services and processes using technology in the critical condition? No, what technological infrastructure is needed by the different offices for an effective and efficient delivery of basic education services. You can also conduct researches under monitoring and evaluation, like how does the M&E work in the new normal, no? Naatay monitoring and evaluation katurabang during sa IPCRF o patra ka schools ang nakakomply kuno sa ato ang M&E KATAMI. So how will you maximize the M&E reporting or the monitoring and evaluation in the school, especially in all the programs and inset activities that we conducted in school? How effective is the use of MES technology in the improvement of SDO? That's the concern of the division and regional offices. So what are the effective monitoring mechanisms aside from the KATAMI? Do you have other M&E systems or programs or practices in your school in order for you to monitor the programs, not just our personnel working from home? So these are some of the priority topics under the theme governance. We also have systems and processes, like how will ensure the full operationalization of basic education system and processes in the new normal. What is the assessment of the different policies implemented relevant to the new normal? Then we also have technical assistance mechanisms. So these are also some of the priority topics in the new normal. Like we also have learning continuity plans. So we can also conduct study on how the learning continuity plan is developed implemented, and monitored? What challenges are being encountered in the implementation of the localized LCP? So, kuan kay ni siya kanang kung sa baga reality sa inyong school administrators. What is the contribution of our stakeholders in the learning continuity plan towards access, quality, and governance of basic education operation? You can also conduct a study on the linkages and partnership. How does your school collaborate and communicate your plans to your stakeholders during health emergencies? What communication mechanisms are established by your schools in order to continue the basic education operation in schools? So these are some priority topics under linkages and partnerships anchored sa governance na theme. We also have the so-called cross-cutting themes, no? Cross-cutting themes, mao ni gi-add nato sa central office karon nga pwede siya nabilong sa governance, nabilong pud siya sa human resource. Nabilong siya sa human resource, pwede po siya nabilong sa child protection. Child protection siya pero nabilong po siya sa governance, or governance nabilong po siya sa teaching and learning. So we have school health and safety preparedness, like how prepared are you in ensuring the health and safety of your personnel and learners? What prevention and mitigation measures are practiced by schools to ensure maximum health protocols, and many more? So these are some of the priority topics under cross-cutting themes on school health and safety preparedness, specifically naani siya sa child protection policy and anchored also in the governance. We also have inclusive education. Inclusive learning environment. How responsive are the schools in providing inclusive environment to all learners in the critical condition? What are the new learning modalities employed to our SPED learners in the new normal? So these are topics for our schools offering special education. So how are the new learning modalities employed for our SPED learners in the new normal? We also have marginalized learners. How are marginalized learners provided with equal learning opportunities considering their learning access and socio-cultural background? You can conduct also topics on gender and development, like program implementation of the GOD. What relevant activities can be implemented in the new normal to sustain the operationalization of the GOD program? How does gender sensitivity among learners and personnel upheld during critical condition? You can also conduct a study on advocacy learning materials, integration of GOD in the LCP. So, mao to ato ang mga research topic. So, ang pangutana karon is what to submit? Title or proposal? Kadagan kayo mangutana sa ako through text, through call, through chat, through personal mo anhi diari. Sir, ganahan kay ko mag-research unsa akong himuon, unsa akong i-submit, title or proposal, no? So kalimtan na nato tong panahon sa una nga naapatay title defense, no? What's the purpose of the title? It's just your guide. Title will change later on based on the changes of the variables in the implementation of your study. So what to submit is your research proposal. Wala na tay title because we will just enhance that title based on the presentation or your research presentation of your proposal. Okay, so what to submit? Again, it's not a title but it is the proposal. So unsay naa sa proposal, sir? So aside sa imuhang guide title, you can also you need to submit the following information. These are the minimum requirements for an action research proposal as stipulated in Deped Order number 16 series of 2017. For an action research, you need to make context and rationale, action research questions, proposed intervention, innovation, and strategy. So, tulo man na siya kabuo, pili lang ka kung unsa imong i-propose to solve the problem. The innovation ba kaha, intervention ba kaha, or strategy ba kaha. Then define nganong innovation na siya, nganong intervention na siya, nganong strategy na siya. Again, balik ta sa context and rationale. You need to make context and rationale. What's really the situation of the school? What's really the problem? And again, why are you concerned? What's the rationale, or why is it important for you as school administrator to address that problem, challenges, or issue in school? Then after that, you can formulate your action research questions. Ako na lang siya i-run through, kay if I will discuss one by one, I need 2 days siguro or 3 days to discuss that. But ano lang siya, context and rationale, the current situation of your school, the problem, and then the importance why you need to solve that problem. And then number 2, action research questions. The rule of thumb there is that you state first the general research question, and that will be followed by a specific question. Next, proposed intervention or your proposed innovation or your proposed strategy that you think that can solve the problem. Next, we have action research methods, and this composed of the participants. Who are your participants? How will you select those participants, and other sources of data and information? You also have data gathering methods. What are your, how will you conduct the study? How will you implement the study? What are your research instruments for you to gather the data that you needed in order for you to solve or to interpret, to say that that intervention really solved the problem. Then you also have data analysis plan or the statistics. No, what are the different statistical treatment, or what are the statistical tools that you can use in order for you to interpret the data that you gathered, and for you to say that that problem that problem was solved by your solution. So isa ni siya sa problema karon sa atong school heads, isa na siya sa problema karon sa atong mga teachers, or not problema but a challenge problem namang gihapon, di ba? So sir, ganahan unta mi mag-research sir, kanang nami mga research na nasugdan na namo, musango man mi sa data analysis plan, kay dili kaayo mi kabaluan ning statistics, wala kayo mi knowledge about the statistical tools for us to interpret the data. So ang ako ra jud ana for how many years na, sige lang jud na ako nag-isulti para lang jud makahimo og research that kung ang inyong problema is the data analysis plan or the statistical tool, leave it blank. No, leave it blank, and it is the division office and the research committee who will give you the data on the different statistical treatment that you can use in order for you to interpret the data and to give your findings. So again, kung maglisod ka sa statistics, no problem, just leave it blank, but just kung naakay knowledge po, just try your best, no, nga naay sulod ang information sa data analysis plan. Next, we have action research work plan and timelines. For our timelines, I will show to you later on the timelines of our unified research activities. And then for your cost estimates, dapat naata dira unsay atong kailangan nga resources, or what are the resources needed for us to implement our research, and unsa ato ang mga kailangan nga budget, then unsa ato mga sources, like is EF bakaha, kanang nagkuan ba ta og research nga activity sa ato ang MOOE, or naabot ta gusto ba ta mo avail sa funding nato sa BERF or the Basic Education Research Fund. So subject to the accounting rules, or unsa pa kadira nga mga rules sa ato ang paggamit sa ato ang mga budget, no? So we have cost estimates, and of course plans for dissemination and utilization. What are your plans if ever you completed your paper? What are your plans for the dissemination of these findings and the utilization of these findings? And of course, the most important there is the last number 8, references. What are the sources that you cited in your text must be also reflected in your list of references. And again, in listing and citing references, use the APA 7th edition so that it will not be detected as plagiarized. Again, atong usbon, these are just the minimum requirements for an action research proposal. When we talk about minimum requirements, minimum lang jud siya, pero it doesn't mean nga maura gini siya. Kung feel jud nato nga ay boring kaayo or low standard kaayo ang research, kailangan ako dungagan ng other parts, like I will add theoretical framework, conceptual framework, or schema of the study, related literature, related studies, kanang conflicts of the literature. So kanang kung feel nimo nga ay ang minimum requirements sa central office kay low standard, you can add more, and we will check if that additional part nga imong gidugang sa imong research naka-add ba gyud siya or naka-minus sa points. So we will check that based on the criteria that we will be using in evaluating your research. So again, action research minimum minimum requirements for a proposal. First, context and rationale. Next, action research questions. Third, proposed innovation or intervention and strategy. Fourth, action research methods, which compose of the participants and other sources of data and information, data gathering methods, and data analysis plan. The fifth part of the action research proposal is the action research work plan and timelines, followed by cost estimates, followed by plans for dissemination and utilization, and last part of the action research proposal is the references. Now, katong kaganina, kung ikuanin mo about the timeline, so we have the Division Memorandum number 323 series of 2020 and Division Memorandum 508 series of 2019 titled Unified Schedule on the Conduct of Research and Innovation. Giusa na namo na research and innovation. We have every month of January nag-call ta og research or innovation proposal. Then after ana, submission of research or innovation proposal. After mag-call, pwede na dayon ka mag-submit by the whole month of January. Kanang February until December, pwede pa na ma-change depending on the number of research proposals, the number of suggestions or corrections nga ihatag sa panel, nga hatagan nato ning taas-taas nga time because the research really needs more revision. So after ana ma-change na ato, basta atong schedule jud for the submission is every whole month of January. Kadalasan nga question dayon sa ato ang mga school administrators, sir, kung naa mi problem karon sa month of October, do we still need to wait January para makahimo og research? No. Naamang gyud tayo. Again, we have a lot of problems, we have a lot of challenges, we have a lot of issues in schools, but we have just the pressing problem that we target for an action research. Kung kailangan siya sulbaron dayon, sulbara. Kung kailangan siya og immediate solution, then you implement that solution, then just write a proposal, submit that to the division office. Dili kailangan nga hulaton pa nako ang January, sir, dili sa jud nako ang bata bisag gatinga na jud siya, sir, hapit na jud siya mabagsak, dili sa jud kay isubmit pa jud nako ni ang proposal karon January. No, go directly, implement directly your solution to the problem, and then naa pa kay daghan nga problema nga maagian that will be subject for a research and to be submitted for the month of January. Again, kung naatay problema, dili ta magtagad ha, nga mag-conduct tag research. Kung pwede, solusyonan dayon nato, hatagan nato og solution dayon. Ang research lang ang manggod is the step-by-step procedure. No? Gihanay nato ag maayo because that will be a policy basis or basis for policy recommendation that we will be endorsing to the regional and central offices. So, klaro na taan na ha, anytime, kung naay problema, solve, but for the submission of your proposal every month of January. And the research and innovation activity will end for the month of December, and that will be the dissemination of your research findings, because useless ang atuang research kung kitara kitaray magluom-luom ana nga findings. We need to share that findings to our teachers. We need to share that findings to our school administrators, to co-administrators, to our stakeholders, to our officials, to the DepEd officials, to the division, regional and central office officials, so that they can use that as basis for making another program, for enhancing a program, or for making a policy. So we are using that findings as our policy recommendation. So ingani ang research nato nga process, no? Una is mag-submit ta kani nga box, mag-submit ta og research proposal. Once we receive that by January at by the month of February, you will have your proposal presentation, your research and innovation proposal presentation. You will face the members of the Division Research Committee or their alternates so that you can receive suggestions, recommendations for the improvement of your study. Dili mahadlok nga mo atubang sa panel because the panel are there, or the members of the panel are there to help you improve your paper. Dili kay kuan siya kanang i-criticize og maayo imong paper, no? So after your presentation, mangutana dayon ta kung approve or disapprove. Kung approve siya, then we will proceed now to the approval of your research or innovation proposal ready for your implementation. But if it fails the evaluation, then we will return your paper for revision of your proposal, and you need to resubmit the revised paper of your proposal, and we will reevaluate again your paper. So pag re-evaluate na mo sa inyong paper, no more presentation na. It's more on the documents lang dayon using the criteria that we will be using for DepEd Order number 16 series of 2017. For the second time around that we evaluate your paper or your proposal and then it still failed to pass the passing score, then disapproval of your proposal will be given. But if it passed, then there will be an approval to be given to the researcher or to the proponent ready for the implementation of your research. So mauna ang ato ang research process in terms of the conduct, in terms of the evaluation, and in terms of the approval of your paper. So, sir, unsaon jud nimo how to pass? Kay naa man jud approve, no? Approve, yes. So, unsaon jud namo sir para ma-approve among paper? So, per DepEd Order number 16 series of 2017, we have the so-called evaluation guide. Naatay action research evaluation guide. Okay, so we have the action research evaluation guide. So in evaluating your action research proposal, we have the so-called action research proposal main criteria for Ma'am Ablin. Ay sako Kinsa nangatag?
Chat alas ni Mas.
Ay, sige. Thank you. Sige, so we have action research proposal main criteria. So naatay mga criteria karon nga among gamiton para pag-evaluate sa inyong mga research proposal. First, we have the rationale of the research. It's very important. You need really to discuss, you need to really to specify in your paper the importance of solving the problem, the rationale of having a research. That's 30 points. Second, we have research questions. How did you formulate your research questions? Again, the rule of thumb there is that you state first the general research question followed by the specific research questions. That's 30 points. Then we also have research methods, 30 points. Work plan and timelines, 5 points. Cost estimates, 5 points for a total of 100 points. So 100 points. So per DepEd Order number 16 series of 2017, the passing score is 70 points. Kung makakuha lang kag 70 points, it means that we will give you an approval of your proposal. Maunang maingon dayon nga sir, sa final defense maingon dayon magsuko-suko dayon nga sir nganong wala man nimo na comment dayon nga sayop during the proposal defense. So dili man pud perfect gyud ang committee. Atong sabton dili perfect ang committee. So naa jud siya kana mga flaws pod or dili makit-an sa committee nga makit-an sa completed paper. But it doesn't mean nga na-approve na mo imuhang proposal, perfect na nga proposal because again, the passing score is sa central office is 70 but sa atong division is 80 points, no? So sa central ug regional 70 lang ilang passing pero sa ato ang division is 80 points. So dapat mas taas tag standard sa ilaha. Why? Nganong 80 points man sir nga ni taas noon ta kaysa sa regional and central office because all your researches manggod nga i-approve sa committee will be endorsed to the central and regional office. So basin kami na amin nakitaan nga wala mi naay sayop nga wala na mo nakitaan, din nakitaan sa regional office, at least we have 10 points or 10% nga marginal error nga pwede bahalag na wala nakitaan diri nakitaan sa regional office, still your proposal will pass for a funding. So mo nang atong passing score is 80 points. Again, these are the different criteria that we will be using in evaluating your research proposal. So we will start with the rationale of the action research, that is 30 points. Natay sub-criteria, context, 15 points. Proposed intervention, innovation strategy, 15 points. So let's start with the rationale of the action research on the context, which is 15 points. 0 point among ihatag if the rationale of the research is not described. No, rationale of the research not described. We will give you 8 points if the action research proposal presents a general description of the problem or issue as its focus of inquiry. And we will give you 12 points if the educational relevance and timeliness of the problem or issue are shown, the need to conduct action research as a way to address or improve the situation is explained. Then we will give you a perfect 15 points for the context if the nature, the extent, and the salience of the identified problem or issue are comprehensively discussed. Different aspects of the action research setting are elaborated, showing in-depth and critical analysis of the situation. Next, for the proposed intervention, innovation, or strategy, 15 points. We will give you no point if proposed intervention, innovation, and strategy not presented. 8 points if the action research proposal mentions as intervention, innovation, or strategy to be tried out to address the problem or issue. And 12 points if the proposal outlines when and where the intervention, innovation, or strategy will be undertaken and who will be involved. Activities to be undertaken are also stated. And we will give you a perfect score for the proposed intervention, innovation, and strategy if the rationale, the extent, and limitation of the intervention, innovation, or strategy are explained in detail. Its plausibility as a way to address the problem or issue is given support. Next, we have action research questions, that is 30 points. We will give you no point if action research questions not stated. 15 points if the action research proposal has stated aim, objective, or general research questions. And we will give you 25 points if the general questions specify the action research variables of the focus of inquiry. Key elements of the research questions are reflected in the title of the proposal. And we will give you a perfect score for the criterion action research questions if the research questions logically proceeds from the context of the inquiry, it clearly relates to the identified problem or issue, and conveys the desired change or improvement. Next 30 points is the action research methods, and it is categorized to participants and or other sources of data and information, that is 10 points. Data gathering methods, that is 10 points. And data analysis plan, 10 points. So for the participants and or other sources of data and information, we will give you no points if participants and other sources of data and information are not stated. 5 points if the action research proposal states the target participants and other sources of data and information like learners, teachers, documents, RELIA, learners' products, and others. We will give you 10 points if details are provided about the target participants like the number, the characteristics of the participants, the sampling procedure, if any, and or other sources of data and information. Clear rationale for their inclusion in the study is also given. We will give you 10 points on that. Next, data gathering methods. No points if data gathering methods not described. 5 points, the action research proposal presents a general description of the methods to be employed for gathering data. Then 8 points if details of data gathering methods are provided, the specific kinds of data, how and when they will be collected, example, pre-test and post-test scores, research instruments, if any, are described like test, scale, survey questionnaire, checklist, interview, and guide, and others. And we will give you a perfect score for data gathering methods if the proposal explains why the data gathering method is suited to the nature and purpose of the action research. The data gathering methods are aligned with the research questions. Research instruments, if any, are appropriate for obtaining the desired kind of data or information. Next, we have data analysis plan. For the data analysis, we have no point if data analysis plan not stated. 5 points if the action research proposal presents a general description of how the gathered data or information will be analyzed. And we will give you 8 points if details of the methods of data analysis are given, like techniques. Example, we have quantitative or statistical, qualitative or both methods, as well as tools like software, SPSS, to be employed are specified. And we will give you a perfect score for data analysis plan that is 10 points if the selected methods of data analysis are shown to be appropriate to the nature of the data or information to be gathered and for addressing the research questions. Next, we have action research work plan and timelines. That is 5 points. No point if action research work plan and timelines not included. 3 points if the action research proposal includes a list of major activities and their timelines. And we will give you a perfect score if the detailed work plan is provided covering start to completion of the action research. Timelines are realistic and show concretely how the action research will unfold over the allowed period. The overall plan reflects the proponent's capacity to concretize ideas into clear and sequential steps to be undertaken. And we have also the cost estimates, that is 5 points. Cost estimates not included means 0 point. 3 points if the action research proposal includes a list of major items under estimated cost. The total cost is also shown. And we will give you a perfect score for the cost estimates if a detailed breakdown of items with their corresponding costs is furnished. The items and costs reasonably reflect the funding needs of the action research and adhere to the Basic Education Research Fund guidelines per DepEd Order number 16 series of 2017. The overall plan reflects the proponent's capacity to project specific expenses that she or he will be accountable for. So those are the different criteria that we will be using in approving or evaluating your research proposal. The next question now is, what's next after the approval of my proposal? Unsay sunod dayon? So after the approval of your proposal, you will implement your paper, then you will gather the data, then you will interpret the data gathered, then you will write your completed paper, and then after that, you will present your completed paper again to the panel, then revise your completed paper, and then the time to disseminate your research findings. And after your research dissemination, then the approval of your completed paper together with the certificate of completion will be awarded to you as the researcher. Okay, so that's the journey, the whole journey of conducting research in the division of Lanao del Norte. So if you have some questions, you can chat me or you can type in the chat box. We will try to be responsive to your questions later on my topic. I will first present the next objective, which is 5.2. Implemented innovation pertaining to curriculum and instruction within the school year to address identified problem or areas of school children and to improve their performance and learning outcomes. What are our guidelines? Still the same. We have Division Memorandum 508 Series 2018, Division Memorandum number 323 Series of 2020, and of course the policy of having innovation must be research based. Before we can call that as an innovation, then you need to have basis that out from the researches that you conducted. Mao bitaw nang mangita jud mig research nimo daan before you can have that as innovation, no? Mao bitaw nang sa part 3 nato sa action research proposal na dito ang proposed innovation, because we need to test that first, that innovation, before we can call that as an innovation and be implemented in a wide scope nga population. Okay, so again, innovation must be research based. So what are the different informations needed for an innovation? So I will be presenting to you the template or the format of an innovation proposal. We only have 5 parts of the innovation proposal. First, we have general information. Nadira, project title, the implementing proponent, details of the contact person, name and contact number and email address of the contact person. Naagihapon diha sa part 1 atong total project cost, amount requested, counterpart. So asa man ka nagkuha og kwarta, unsa ko'y counterpart nimo personally. Then we have project duration like start date and completion date. That's part 1 of the innovation proposal. Part 2 of the innovation proposal is the background or the rationale, the problem to be addressed by the project. So we have background of the context. You can state the brief summary, write the background, why this project is being proposed. The SIP and the school report card are very important sources of information for the brief summary. Then we also have project must be highly relevant and directly related to the priority school problems and needs identified in the SIP. So upon checking your innovation, I will review the approved SIP and approved school report card of the school for me to identify or for me to know whether this project is aligned now to the priority of the priority school problems as specified in your SIP and school report card. The second part is the issue being addressed. What are the main causes of the issues? This section briefly summarizes the situation within which the problem or opportunity exists. Give the reasons why this project is important to the improvement of the school. Cite specific causes or issues based on your characterization in the SMEA and or results of the problem analysis in the continuous improvement process. You need also to cite related issues or school concerns affected by the main blah 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 there na nakatabon sa ako ang screen. Okay, next part of the innovation proposal is the objectives and outputs. Na diha ang general objective, specific objective, and the outcomes. What is good in the innovation manggod nga akong gihimo nga template is that naa na diha ang mga guide question. All you need to do is to answer that question and elaborate your answer. Then that's it. No, for example, general objective. What will this project contribute to achieving higher aims of the institution or in your school, no? So, your answer, kung mo answer ani is kanang to increase the performance of the teachers, then elaborate, no? Ngano ing ana. So what good in the innovation proposal na atay mga guide question, all you need to do is to answer that question and then elaborate your answer. Next is the specific objective, then output. Fourth part of the innovation proposal is the development intervention, the proposed solution to be supported by the project. So naata dihay project description, beneficiary description, links with other programs or activities, project sustainability. This is very important kay innovation naman siya, how you can sustain the implementation of this innovation, and of course the risk management. What are the different hindrances or what are different risks in the implementation of our innovation and how we can mitigate this or how we can avoid these challenges. So that's the fourth part of the innovation proposal, which is the development intervention, the proposed solution to the support to be supported by the project. The last part of the innovation proposal is the implementation arrangement. Na diha ang implementing agency, your school, general description of the proponent organization, the school organization, and then the proposed work plan and budget. So nakabutang diha ang imuhang activity, time frame, name of person responsible, budget, and then asa na to ang kwaon ang budget, pwede ba sa school, pwede ba sa school funds, pwede ba sa SEF, pwede ba sa naabay mag-donate nga stakeholders. So you need to specify that in the part of the proposed work plan and budget. So those are the 5 parts of the minimum work requirements for an innovation proposal. So what about the signatories for research and innovation? Per Division Memorandum number 323 series of 2020, approval of the completed research or innovation shall take place after the researcher or innovator revises it based on the suggestions or recommendations of the school's Division Research Council. The approved paper must be signed by at least 2 members of the SDRC or their alternates, Division Research Coordinator, and the school's Division Superintendent or Assistant Schools Division Superintendent. Mao jud na nga mangusog jud si Chief Ablin kung asa ang iyahang signature sa research during ranking. Kay naka-specify jud na siya didto nga she is part of the official signatories for research and innovation, being the Chief Education Supervisor of School Governance and Operations Division. So, all researches must undergo the process and be approved by the school's Division Research Committee. Otherwise, it will not be credited during promotion nor be used as basis for performance rating. May I repeat? All researches must undergo the process and be approved by the school's Division Research Committee. Otherwise, it will not be credited during promotion nor be used as basis for performance rating. Basis, Division Memorandum number 323 series of 2020. Now, let's proceed to our workshop number 2. And I call this workshop as Remember Me. Tan-awon nato ang inyong retention, my dear school administrator. Kay sige ra batang ingon nga atong mga bata, atong mga teacher walay retention. So, we will just try to assess kung na remember pa ba nato ang mga previous nga discussion nga ako ang gi-present ninyo kaganina. Okay? So, workshop number 2, Remember Me. So, naata dire color blue and color orange. Sa color blue, parts of an action research proposal, state, and color orange, we have parts of an innovation proposal. Instruction, follow instruction carefully. For blue color, which is part of an action research proposal, this will be answered by elementary school administrators. Again, excluding the IS administrators. Again, only the primary and complete elementary school administrators will answer the blue box, the part of an action research proposal, and the integrated school principal and secondary school principals or school heads will answer the orange box, which is the parts of an innovation proposal. Okay, so I will give you 3 minutes or 4, 2 na lang, 3 minutes to perform the task and chat your response or answer because Ma'am Christine, our statistician aide, will check the first two. The first 4, 2 for the elementary and 2 for the secondary who will win prizes from our chief Ablin. Okay, so your 3 minutes starts now. Okay, time is up. So Ma'am Christine, Sir Jongjong will announce later the winners for our workshop number 2 titled Remember Me. Again, congratulations for everyone who participated for our workshop. Now let's proceed to the next part of my presentation. Sige, let's have the answer for first. Muna ang atong action research template, and for the parts of an innovation proposal, these are the 5 parts of the proposal for an innovation. Next, we have 5.4, the last objective, utilize at least 50% of the available school management and operations data in strategic planning and decision making as evidence in the SIP for school year. So mao ni ang mga MOVs nga ato ang gipangita during the evaluation. Copy of data on school management and operations like performance indicators, learning outcomes, school community data template, child mapping tool, child-friendly school survey, child protection policy implementation checklist, student-led school watching and hazard mapping for the last 3 school years. So dapat naka-compiled ni sila nga mga template, nga mga answered template og information sa ato ang school for the last 3 years because usa ni siya sa MOV for objective 5.4. And this template, asa na ko ni pangitaon nga template, Sir Bridget? So kani siya nga mga template makita in taon nato ni siya sa DepEd Order number 40 series of 2015, our enhanced SIP guidebook. So naa dito ni siya nga mga template because nag-worry ko kay naay usa ka principal nga nangutana nga asa man ni pangitaon. So nag-worry in town kaayo ko kay giunsa ka ni paghimo sa principal iyang SIP nga wala man kabaluan ni nga mga template. No, so mao jud ni ang sinugdanan sa paghimo sa SIP, that is the data mining. So ato sa daan nga gi-assess ang situation sa school using these different templates nga naka-attach sa ato ang SIP manual or guidebook that can be downloaded, DepEd Order number 40 series of 2015. Next MOV is the copy of the data analysis in school management and operations for the last 3 school years. Just present a document nga gi-analyze ninyo ang inyong operations and management sa school. Usaan na karon is ato ang gamiton ang last part sa ato ang SIP. Unsa gayto ang last part sa atong SIP? That's the monitoring and evaluation tool. Wala jud intaw pulos ato ang monitoring and evaluation tool nga last part sa SIP. Every year ato na siyang gamiton to assess the different programs, projects and activities sa school, whether we are still on the right path or whether we are achieving our objectives or not. No, so kato yung result dayon nato karon sa ato ang monitoring and evaluation of the PAPs, then that will suffice the data analysis of the school management and operation signed by the school community planning team. No, pwede po nato i-attach dayon dito sa ato ang school report card that will be approved by our schools division superintendent. Next MOV is the copy of the research proposal focus on school management and operations. So kaganina, naapod tayo research karo ganina about curriculum and instruction, naapod tayo research about access, naapod tayo research dapat sa school management and operation para maka-check ta aning usa ka MOV sa 5.4, which is a copy of your research proposal focus on school management and operations. Next MOV is the completed research paper. So dapat dili lang jud tataman sa proposal, no? So after the proposal you implement and you submit the completed paper subject for evaluation by our division research committee. Next we have proof of presentation or dissemination of research findings. Later on, I will discuss to you how we can disseminate research findings and what are the different avenues. Dari nakabutang na LAC, MANCOM, Congress, and conferences. We also have proof of utilization of data analysis or research findings, proof of publication or completed research like your articles, like your certificate of authorship sa inyong research if you publish that in a journal. So mauna bitaw nga sa atoa karon when I assume the office as a responsibility for the planning and research, Akong gusto jud is dapat systematic atong process in terms sa research, sa innovation, sa atoang articles for publication. And I hope school administrators, you are with me sa ako ang pagka-stricto in terms of checking the research, innovation, and articles, because all I want is to have equality research, equality innovation, and equality articles sa ato ang division nga dili ta maulaw nga i-present na siya international, national, ikapanghambog na siya sa lain nga division, because that research, that innovation, that articles undergo the process for evaluation. No, na-enhance yun na siya maayo sa ato ang committee. And gusto jud nako nga kanang quality gyud ang ato ang output in terms of research, innovation, and articles for publication, because these three, no, research, innovation, and articles are part of the major documents as basis for your promotion, no, nga kanang with a kanang makapanghambog ka sa PSB, no, sa Personnel Selection Board nga this is my research and whatever questions you will ask I can answer, because it is a systematic process of conducting that research, no? So nga na ba no, na quality ang ato ang output, dili lang kay again muanhi diri sa office kay magpaperma kay ranking kuno next week. So walaon na nato na nga practice, ato karon is the step, the procedure, follow the protocol. Next we have later on I will discuss about articles, how you can publish articles or for publication. Or articles for publication. Next, we have copy of the school improvement plan. Again, I will take this opportunity to remind you, my dear school administrators, nga until this school year taman ato ang SIP. Taman ra siya sa school year 2021-2022. So again, 3 months. Again, I will draft a memo to be signed by SDS nga directing all school administrators to start na sa ilahang SIP planning for the next SIP 3-year cycle. That is 2022-2023, 23-24, and school year 24-25 nga SIP. Okay, so parihata kamo mag-new cycle sa SIP, kami po mag-new cycle sa amuang DADP. Ang kalainan lang sa SIP, sa SIP 3 years, ang amuas diri sa division is 6 years plan. Okay? So, again, copy of the school improvement plan that is approved by the official signatories. That's one of the MOVs for 5.4. And last MOV for the 5.4 is the copy of the school report card to be submitted to the planning, to the monitoring and evaluation section, because they are tasked for the monitoring and evaluation of the programs and projects. So dapat approve po atong school report card. So mawori po ko dapat atong school report card approve na siya before sa graduation nato kay mao man ay ato ang i-present dito sa ato ang stakeholders. Okay? So these are the different MOVs for the objective 5.4. Let's talk about research dissemination. So sa research dissemination, kung kompleto na imuhang paper, kompleto na ang imuhang research, the findings can be shared through the LAC session. The findings can be shared through the in-service training for teachers. Pictures lang dayon, narrative report, no? Dayon, that's it. Na-disseminate na ato ang research finding. You can also disseminate your research finding through our research congress and conferences. You can also publish your research if it is approved by the committee sa ato ang Lanao Journal of Education Research. It is in an official journal, research journal sa Division of Lanao del Norte, and we have the ISSN, or that's International Serial Number for a journal, and that can be credited for whatever publication nga imuhang dal-on na siya, because that's journal nga atong gigamit diri sa division kanaa na siya ISSN bot pasabot acknowledge ato ang journal internationally. Next, you can also share or disseminate your research finding through a video research presentation through the Research LDN official archive, which can be accessed at https://tinyurl.com/researchldn. So, tungod sa ato ang pandemic karon or sa ato ang current situation, wala na ta nag face to face nga research dissemination. So we adapt the current situation, we adapt with the current situation and make it an intervention to have it a video research presentation. So kung makompleto na imong paper, mag video recording ka sa imong research presentation, and that will be uploaded to our Research LDN official archive. Then kung kamo gustong administrator, you want to know more researches, you are planning to write, this very helpful. Naadira sa aning link ang sa http tinyurl research LDN, naadira ang mga recorded nato nga mga trainings, recorded trainings on research and statistics, different videos on the research dissemination from the past 3 years. So naadira ang mga information nga pwede ninyong magamit so that you can enhance, you can capacitate yourself, you can broaden your knowledge about research innovation, no? So naadiha sa ato ang Research LDN. Next, we have as still part of the Research LDN, I would like to inform everyone that as part of the research dissemination and sharing the research findings, the Planning and Research Section of School Governance and Operations Division will conduct the first ever search for LDN Research Excellence Awards for the following categories. This is also to motivate kay pura man good og every year kay kanang outstanding teacher, outstanding classroom, outstanding sarimanok. So parang walay award for our researchers. So with these innovations sa ato ang division, so it is somewhere it is a way for you to be motivated to conduct research, because there will be a search for that, and I will be a winner, and this is another document na pod for promotion. It's a division level nga winning awardee sa ato ang sa promotions. It's a very good document na pod for promotion. So search for LDN Research Excellence Awards for the following categories. We have Research of the Year for 2 categories: Basic Research and Action Research. Research Presenter of the Year, both category individual and group research. Most viewed video research presentation, only 1 winner. Most liked video research presentation, 1 winner only. Most commented video presentation in YouTube, 1 winner only. And best video research presentation, 1 winner only. And BER-funded research of the year for the BER-funded researches in category basic and action researches. So I hope that you will help me encouraging your teachers to conduct research so that they can join the search for LDN Research Excellence Awards. This will start this year, and this will continue. This will be conducted annually here in the division of Lanao del Norte. For the process flow na pod sa ato ang articles, mao ni siya. Sa articles for publication, started siya to submit. When to submit an article for publication? And anytime pwede ta makakandak o maka-write og article, submit to the division office para amo ang ma-check, and then if that will be approved by the SDS, then we will now you can now publish that article to any publishing companies. But we release a memorandum, addendum to the division memorandum number 311 series of 2020 nga our LDN official website will be an official website, official article publication site, no? And since it is online, so it can be accessed internationally. So pwede ra credited na siya sa promotion nga ma-publish nato sa ato ang website sa LDN. Dili na ka mo bayad og 1,000 or 1,500 per article sa publishing company, no? Kay daghan ta og mga personnel at sa mga researcher nga mo text or mo chat sa ako kay napagkita nako 100 or 80% plagiarized. So niingon sila nga, sir, gibayran na raban ako na siya, sir, ready for publication. So para dili na ta magbayad, dili na ta magasto, mga teachers, mga school principal, we can publish your article sa atong website and that will be credited for promotion na dayon. So attach the approval and then screenshot nga naa siya sa website, then that will be credited by the personnel selection board during ranking. Okay, so once we receive that articles together with a different forms, no? So kanang visit lang ta sa Division Memorandum 311 Series of 2020 na dito ang exact instruction on how to submit articles for publication. So ang mo check ana is first ako for the content evaluation, I will check kung plagiarized ba siya or dili. Once it passed the plagiarism scan, dapat 100% jud siya nga unique, walay copied, because we will publish that, no? Kung naa siya na plagiarize nga statement, then we cannot publish that kay basin o kasuhan ka sa owner. Second, after nga mapasar siya sa plagiarism scanning, we will endorse that to the CID for language evaluation. I-check na po dayon ang grammar, no, ang sentence structure nato sa ato ang article, kung article ba yun siya pagkagama. Next na dayon, na-check na ang content, na-check na ang language. Next na dayon for the SGOD chief and the ASDS for recommending approval, then approved by the SDS. So once ma-approve na siya, shorta nga ang content perfect, ang language perfect, no? And we are now proud, no? Dili ta mahadlok nga asa na siya i-publish nga article, kay very good na naato ang article. Okay? So articles must be education related and are aligned to the duties and responsibilities of the writer. Again, focus on your duties and responsibilities. If you are a school administrator, write an article related to your job function, duties and function. If you're a teacher, make an article that is aligned to the duties and responsibilities of a teacher. So these include but not limited to teachers' experiences or principals' experiences, teaching learning processes, teaching approaches, learning interventions, milestones in the implementation of programs, projects, and other activities in the current school year. And then, again, limit each article from 350 to 500 words only. Dili mo ubos sa 350 words, dili po mo taas or mulabaw sa 500 words. Maunang, gamay ra kay siya nga article, so dapat 100% unique. And writers must send the soft copy of their articles in MS Word format at lanaw.article@gmail.com for plagiarism check. Again, mag-submit mo hard copy sa record section, mag-submit pud mo og soft copy sa lanaw.article@gmail.com in MS Word format para ma-check nato ang plagiarism status sa inyong article. Okay? So for the signatories, articles must undergo the process and be signed by the following personnel. Otherwise, it will not be credited during promotion nor be used as basis for performance rating. Certified by yours truly. And then for the content evaluation, then checked by the CID, Education Program Supervisor, Language Evaluator, recommending approval by the Chief sa SGOD, Dr. Ablin. Then we have recommending approval by Dr. Mastisar, our ASDS, and then approved by our SDS, Dr. Oplinaria Seso 5. So, let's have the last workshop. Gamay na kayo siya nga workshop, 1 minute. I will because I can. Again, workshop number 3, I will because I can. Dapat magdungan ta, no? Sige, I will because I can. Dungan ta in 1, 2, 3. I will because I can. So what's the directions? make an action research or innovation proposal and submit this coming January 2022. Again, the directions for
I
workshop
will
number
because I
3,
can.
make an action research or innovation proposal and submit this coming January 2022. You will make a research or innovation proposal because you can. And before I will end
I
my
can.
presentation, let me share to you some insights from Abdul. Learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge. Knowledge makes you great. Thank you for listening. Once again, this is your Division Research Coordinator, Bridget Emeline Abalorio, your Senior Education Program Specialist for Planning and Research, saying mabuhay, mag-ingat po tayong lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
I will because
Back
I
to you,
can.
Sir Jong, for if there are some questions. And Sir Jong will also announce our winners for our workshop number 1 and number 2. And winners for workshop number 3 will be determined when you submit your proposal this coming January 2022. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Bridget, and thank you for that very thorough and comprehensive discussion and presentation of all the things that we need to know about research. Maraming salamat. Okay, so we're going now to award the winners of our first workshop course verified by our division research coordinator. So this was verified by our division research coordinator. And the first prize that I'm going to give is the Hugo Boss. And then the Nivea Intensive Moisture Body Milk. Malaki po ito, 250 ml. And then the Zip Cleaner. Malaki din po ito, 500 ml. Magamit gid ni siya sa inyong mga toilet o sa inyong mga tiles o sa inyong mga kitchenware. From Malaysia with love. Kani po ato ang Nivea, dili po ni siya made in the Philippines. From Taipei, Taiwan. Puros ni siya mga kuan. Ay, dili di ay Taipei. Hamburg, Germany. Na? And then we have the LabWorks cologne. Okay. So, are we all listening?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Sure.
so congratulations for those who had completed the research topic and answered the 6 questions. Let me first announce the winner of the Hugo Boss Cologne. Congratulations to Ma'am Wilma Obatay. Yay! Comment na lang sa chat group, sa ating meeting chat room. And winning also the Bodyworks perfume, LabWorks perfume. Sir Kamarudin Moto, Sir Kamar, congratulations. Si Ma'am Wilma Obatay, thank you. Ma'am, ni pangayo, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, na itong first jud. Okay. And to win the Nivea body milk from Hamburg, Germany. Congratulations to Ma'am Loselin Lomoxo. And finally, the zip cleaner para sa inyong mga kitchenwares, mga tiles, and toilet. Congratulations to Ma'am Josephine Malaubang. Yay! Thank you so much, Ma'am Tintin, Ma'am Christine, for also doing her part in the selection of our winners. Okay, so nanatoy mga tag-iya. So si Ma'am Wilma Obatay, Hugo Boss, then si Sir Kamar, Bodyworks, Labworks, si Ma'am Jocelyn Lumokso, Nivea, Then si Ma'am Josephine Malaubang ang zip cleaner. All right. I will because I can, according to Ma'am Josephine Malaubang. Nga. Let's now go to the parts of action research proposal for the elementary level to win a box of Hello Kitty butter cookies. Congratulations to Ma'am Rowelyn Ventures of F. Ilaya, no? F. Ilaya na si Ma'am Romelyn Ventures. Congratulations, ma'am. And this cologne will go to the Atlantis. Sir, ikaw may ni-comment ani sa Division of Lanao del Norte group page, a group na to nga kuan sa FB. Then you have it. Sir, Kandaw Kabugatan. Sir Daw Atan sa FB. Dayon, at ito sa secondary, parts of action research. Thank po sa giveaways, Ma'am Maricar. Thank you, Sir John. Thank you, Sir Bridget and Ma'am Tintin. Ma'am Lucilin Lumokso. You're welcome. And then our action research innovation, parts of the action research innovation for the secondary level, junior high school, and senior high school. Ala, indot ra ba ni ato ang premyo? Samantaan ni, pili lang mo siguro, no? Napatay KitKat niya, one bag. Daghan kini siya mga gagmay, naigagmay nga mga chocolate sa sulod. Dayon naapod tay umbrella. So asa man ani. Ang katong ganahan mo kaon og chocolate. Og ganahan magpayong-payong. Dili ni siya pwede sa init. Kay transparent man siya. So init gihapon. Kung imong gamiton sa init nga panahon. So pang-ulan lagi ni siya, pang-ulan. Pang model. Okay, let's now go to the pack of KitKat. Lami kay sa nga tanan. So adding more fun to your sweet breaks and coffee and tea breaks. So kung gutom pod mo while you're working. So sa secondary level, congratulations to win a bag of KitKat. Ma'am Marichu Likanda. Dagan daw daog si Ma'am Marichu, yun si Ma'am Jen. And to win this umbrella na Korean, congratulations to Ma'am Rowena Luntayaw. Yay! So, congratulations. Again, claim your prizes here at the SGOD office when you have time, or if you happen to be here at the division office, so you can claim your prizes. We already have labeled them. And for your queries, you can directly message our research coordinator, Sir Bridget Emilin Abalorio, if you have some questions and clarifications. Sir, nag-ask sila for a copy of your presentation. Okay lang ba daw?
I will just give Sir Jongjong a copy and just ask a copy from Sir Jongjong, okay?
that's very safe. Mauna siya. Manghatag na siya trabaho.
Sir Jong, I will just address the queries of Dr. Apat and Ma'am Josephine Malaobang in terms of the format of the SIP. There's no changes, or so far there's no issuances from the central and regional office of the changes of the school improvement planning processes. We're still using the DepEd Order number 40 series of 2015 sa SIP Enhanced SIP Guidebook, and just follow the format of the SIP as stipulated in Division Memorandum number 262 series of 2019. Again, akong Usbon, please follow for the new cycle. Please follow the template as stipulated in the Division Memorandum number 262 series of 2019. Ayaw kaayo bagaan ninyo ni Pisratong SIP. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sir Bridget. I think we don't have any more queries here. Okay, we have a question here from Deliante de Masindel. Sir Jong, ingon sa akong mga kauban, asa daw makuha ang premyo sa raffle sa Teacher's Day. Na? So we are going to issue a memorandum po for the prizes po sa Teacher's Day. And then meron tayong comment. Yay, thank you Chief Ablin, Sir Jong, Sir Bridget, Ma'am Inking, and all SGOD personnel. God bless you. Mama Lobang, thank you Sir Jong and all SGOD team. God bless us all. Thanks Sir Jet. God bless you. Na. Okay. Congratulations to all our winners. Later in the afternoon will be load cards. Aha. So ready na mo dira kay napatay TM og Smart. Magpili lang mo unsa inyong gusto. From Ma'am Linang Abbas, iyahan na yung declaim. Yes, I will, inshallah. Ma'am Zanaida Omar, thank you SGOD team for this training. Sige, so mag-lunch break muna tayo. And then we'll be back at exactly 1 in the afternoon. Okay lang po ba? So let's take a break, a lunch break. And then later, according to Ma'am Marilo Apat, thank you so much, Sir Jet, for a very informative and comprehensive discussion. All right.
You're welcome, madam.
Bye, Sir Jong. Kaon sa tao, maminda pa lang. Yes, mga unta kay gutom na to mga bitok, ma'am. Bye, see you at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wala, comprehensive man. Good afternoon. Is everyone ready? I guess we're all set for our afternoon session. So let's go straight ahead. Doc Mai, if you are ready, kindly respond.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so our speaker for this afternoon, we have our Senior Education Program Specialist for Social Mobilization and Networking. Isa-in.
Magsugod na ko, Jong.
Yes, Miss Mai. Can now start.
Start na ko. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our Schools Division Superintendent, Edelberto L. Oplinaria, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Rosemary Macesar, the two chiefs, Ma'am Idon for CID, and my chief sa SUD, Ma'am Ablin, SUD personnel, CID personnel, the ICT, and the school heads, the participants. Again, good morning and good morning, good afternoon, and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. So, this is my presentation. Okay, so, ayo. So, partnerships and linkages. So, for networking and social mobilization, so we focus about the partnerships and linkages. First, I will discuss about the process flow of drafting and signing of contracts and agreements, yung MOA. So, source is DepEd Order number 40, Series 2015. So, this is the process flow, no? So, hindi siya masyadong clear kasi nasa PowerPoint siya. So, gumawa ako sa PDF. Ayan. So, ano pala ang step sa paggawa ng MOA for the school level? So, first, start. Then, the principal identifies yung types of partnerships like immersion, teachers training, donations. So, any partnership engagement for your school, no? Then, particular provisions to be included in the agreement, document, and signatory. So, ito yung next step. Principal discusses specifics to partners. The next, principal asks for secretary certificate and or board resolution authorizing the signatory to sign the agreement on behalf of the company. So, meron kasing mga partner na meron silang mga representative. So, pag ganyan, mag-ask tayo ng certificate or board resolution. For example, si City Savings, hindi talaga si manager ng City Savings ang magpirma. Meron siyang representative. So, hihinga natin si partner ng secretary certificate or board resolution authorizing the signatory to sign the agreement on behalf of company. So, meron yan sa mga big companies, no? Para authorization yan na gi-authorize niya yung tauhan niya to sign the agreement or the MOA. And then, next is there a secretary certificate or board resolution? Pag no, So, we will go back dito. Mag-ask tayo, no? Pag no. Pag yes, pag meron, mag-next step na tayo. Principal selects appropriate agreement template like MOA, DOD, or contract. So, ano ba yung mga template, no? So, yung memorandum of agreement, deed of donation, yung sa contract, iba man yun, no? Sa, ano yan, sa bidding or sa mga job order, meron mas lang contract service. Sa atin, sa SOCMOB is yung MOA, DOD, deed of donation, and memorandum of agreement.
Wala
Yes.
daw nag-move mo ang slide.
Wala nag-move?
Wala.
Sa akong MOA nga presentation?
Oh, wala.
Mo ba? Naka-ano man good to siya? Sa to? Hyperlink. So, wala siya. So, mag-usab. So, ano? Okay, so nakita na nila? Okay, so ayan. So this is the process, no? Ayan. Okay, so first, start, and then principal identifies yung partner or potential partner, and then makapag-identify si principal ng potential partner, the principal discusses specifics to partner. So ito ang i-discuss kay partner. So ano yung partnership o engagement na ibibigay ni partner? Sa immersion ba yun? Sa teacher's training, sa donation, or other partnership engagement na hihingin nyo kay partner? And then, number 2, particular provisions to be included in the agreement document. So ano yung mga provision na iibibigay ni partner? So napag-agrihan ninyo. And then, signatory, sino yung mga magpirma doon sa MOA or sa DOD. Next step, principal asks for secretary certificate and or board resolution authorizing the signatory to sign agreement on behalf of company. For example, si City Savings, hindi yan si City Savings mismo ang magpirma sa MOA or sa deed of donation, but meron siyang representative na ipapirma niya. So, hihingian natin sila ng secretary certificate kung wala na board resolution. So, pag next step is there a secretary certificate and or board resolution? Kung no, balik tayo dito sa step number 3 na i-ask natin ang secretary certificate and board resolution. Kung yes, so let's proceed. Mag-proceed na kung meron ng board resolution. So, principal selects appropriate agreement template. So, ano yung pag-agreean ninyo ba na template? Mag-MOA ba kayo or mag-DOD? And then, next step, si SDS reviews draft of agreement by consulting legal department. So, pag example, MOA. So, MOA ang napag-agreehan ninyo ni partner. Yung draft MOA, i-forward dito sa office para i-review ni SDS, no? And then si SDS, i-through niya yan kay legal officer natin, kay Attorney Arma. So, ipacheck niya yon, no? Kasi we should be very careful of the MOA or agreement na pipirma natin kasi nandun yung responsibility ni DepEd at saka ni partner. So, base na for example, bitaw, yung may partner tayo, no, na mag-donate ng multipurpose. Mag-donate ng multipurpose, pero nakalagay pala doon sa MOA na pwede nilang gamitin pag may gatherings, may family gatherings, may kanang gathering sa election. So So bawal man yun. So delete nato yun, delete natin hindi natin yun i-agree. So mao na kailangan na siya consultation with our legal officer. And then so is draft of agreement approved by the SDS? Pag no, pag wala gi-approve because na ikuan, so dito tayo sa ay hindi ko ma-move, wait. So pag no, si SDS returns draft of agreement to principal with comments and correction. So ibabalik yun ni SDS through kay attorney. So mayroong mga comments and correction, no? Pag no yun, pag hindi na-approve ang draft. Tapos, si principal revises draft of agreement to reflect SDS corrections and comments. Kung ano yung mga comments ni SDS o correction, i-revise doon ni principal. Okay, so pag yes naman, let's proceed. Pag yes, SDS stamps pages of draft of agreement with approved for signing and affixes his or her signature to the same. So, yun, na ni SDS, mag-stamp na siya doon sa kada page na approved for signing. And then after that, principal presents draft of agreement to identified parties. So pag okay na yun kay sir, kay SDS, i-present na ni principal ang draft of agreement sa partner, no, para din kung may may mga question din si partner. So is the other party agreeable to the draft agreement? Pag yes, so principal signs MOA, another party signs MOA. Pag no, si principal i-revise po niya, no? It revises draft of agreement to reflect other parties' concern or requirements. So, i-revise na naman ni principal ano yung gusto ni partner na ilalagay doon, yung other concern niya or requirements. Pag yes, stop na. Principal signs MOA, another party signs MOA, and stop. Okay, so okay. So yun ang process ng MOA, no. And here, principal revises draft of agreement to reflect other parties' concerns. So may din dito arrow here. Yan. So here, principal submits draft of agreement other documents to is this for review and approval, and then principal fill out necessary data on the agreement template, attaches addendum to suit particular requirements. So pag na yun, ma-okay na siya, yun, i-return na sa kay SDS, and then a-review. After that, yan, principal signs MOA, another party signs MOA. So stop. So doon na nag-stop ang signing of MOA. So ito yung process. But for yung MOA for the immersion, sa na yon, hindi na yon, meron kasing DepEd order number 39 series 2018 na clarification and additional information to DepEd order number 30 series 2017 guidelines on work immersion, na yung, di ba may MOA man ng work immersion. So all sa work immersion, ang MOA ng work immersion ay taman ra kay principal. Hindi na dito sa office, no? Unless kung si partner ninyo sa work immersion makipagmuwa sa division, saka na magperma dito si ISD, saka na yung process dito sa division. But if your partner is dyan lang sa area nyo, sa school, nasa school level lang siya, so nakalagay yan sa DepEd Order number 39, 2018. So that's why hindi na kami nagre-receive ng MOA immersion, no? Kasi sa level na ni school. All MOA shall be signed by the school principal or school head at the school level, while the school's division superintendent shall sign the MOA or MOU at the school's division level. Okay. So yun na yun ang process ng ating MOA. Not all partners makipag-MOA sila, no? So pag hindi sila makipag-MOA, DOD yung require natin sa kanila, deed of donation. And then si principal, meron din siyang deed of acceptance. Kumbaga, you accepted the yung donation. Meron nakalagay sa DepEd Order number 4, DepEd Memo number 48, Series 2021, na all donations below 15,000 dapat naka-record yan sa custodian slip. Naka-attach yun sa DepEd DepEd Memo number 48. Pag above 15,000 ang donation, doon nyo i-fill up sa acknowledgement receipt. So nandun yung form sa DepEd Memo number 48 Series 2021. So yan yung isa yun, yan ang yun yung basihan nun yung inilalagay ninyo sa pag-validate sa school ninyo. Yun ang attachment na hahanapin ng monitoring team. Yung MOA, DOD, DOA. Okay, yan for MOA. And for Brigada Eskwela, yung MOP ninyo, no, doon sa UPCRF, Brigada Eskwela, of course, yung accomplishment report ninyo, no, na isa-submit na naka-memo yung date on submission, nandun yung procedure how to submit. So yun ang basihan, yun ang MOV ninyo sa OPCRF, no. So sa accomplishment report, nandun yung guide, like for example, nandun yung plan, yung resources, volunteers, partners, activities, photos, attendance, communications to stakeholders, and naka-arrange yun based on the guide provided. So nag-provide ako ng guide, no, kung paano ninyo i-arrange ang inyong accomplishment report. And then, of course, pag mga resources, pag may mga donations tayo na ma-receive, hindi lang pera, kasi di ba bawal yung pera, materials, attendance, pag volunteer, so may mga attachment yan, no? So pag resources, yung deed of donation and deed of acceptance, meron ding ibang partner na MOA. Yung MOU naman, Memorandum of Understanding, seldom lang yung MOU, no? Kasi ang MOU is pag mga services, walang na-include na mga resources na MOU. Yung MOA, yung mga may resources, so yun ang sa MOA. And then, of course, one of the highlights of Brigada Eskwela is Brigada Pagbasa. So, nandun din yung plan, yung activities, volunteers nyo sa Brigada Pagbasa, yung mga photos and attendance. The signatory prepared by school head, reviewed by PSDS, recommending approval ni Chief HOD. So dito lang ako mag-counter, bago ko ibibigay kay Chief HOD, naka-countersign na ako dito, and then after that approve ni SDS. And then PTA, Parents Teachers Association, so ito yung mga MOV ninyo, accomplishment report, no? So, we really appreciate yung nagpo-post sa kanilang PTA activities. But, sad to say, yung iba hindi magbigay ng report. Okay, so see to it na meron kayong mga minutes of meetings, program and projects ninyo sa PTA, photos, attendance. And then, yung financial report, no, yung mga na collect ninyo na PTA. So you should submit also no sa financial report. And then also your PTA officers. Wala pa man tayong election sa PTA since wala ding memorandum ang binigay ang central office. So wala muna tayong PTA officers for this school year. So prepared by PTA secretary, tapos dapat magperma din si PTA treasurer, noted by school head and submitted to SGOD. Hindi na yan approved but submitted to Chief SGOD through SOCMOB section. Dito naman tayo sa DPDS, DepEd Partnerships Database System. So for this school year, for first and second quarter is quarterly ang submission. But for the third quarter onwards, monthly report na. So, you start submitting July, August, September monthly, no? And then after that, monthly din kayo mag-submit ng transmittal report. For example, sa October, so by November 6, nakasubmit na kayo for October. And then naka-email na din kayo sa SOCMOB yung transmittal report kasi yun na ang basihan ninyo doon sa, yun na ang MOV na ipakita ninyo yung transmittal report nyo. And then, sa DPDS, no, madaming questions. So, pabalik-balik ang questions, no. So, sometimes medyo mawala na tayo ng patience. But, please review the manual of DPDS kasi nandun na lahat yung mga tanong nila at ninyo. Nandun na lahat. And then, yung today is, back down ang DPDS kay inaayos pa daw nila ang system. So, error ngayon. And then, yung iba na hindi successfully uploaded ang kanilang report because may mga mali sa pag-type sa template. Number one, ang ginamit na template kay old template. Dapat mag-download ulit kayo ng template, tapos makita doon yung month. So, yun na ang bago. So, yung iba kasi na hindi nila pinalitan ang template, yun pa rin ang gina-fill up pa nila. So, pag mag-start na kayo sa third quarter, dapat may nakasubmit na, yung iba wala pa din. So, see to it na yung month doon na doon sa template, no? Hindi na quarter but month. And then, nag-error din siya because yung month na August na capital letter. Kasi dapat hindi yan capital letter. Nandun sa drop-down list nila na hindi capital letter ang August. Ang first letter lang sa August, maoy ang capital. So, isa yon no, na mag-cause ng error. And then also, yung pag-save ninyo sa template na follow the format on saving the template, nandun din yun sa manual. So yun ang mga na-observe ko bakit i-invalid or error ang unless kung na-bug down siya. So yun ang mga reasons na nakita ko doon sa uploading sa DPDS. So please submit, no, kasi hindi namin ma-capture ang i-submit niyo na report sa Brigada Eskwela. Kasi dapat magka-coincide siya yung i-report ninyo sa amin at saka si DPDS dapat magka-coincide yung report nyo. So once may monitoring team, so yun ang i-check nila. And then lahat na nag-attend sa Brigada Eskwela, please submit your video presentation 7 minutes and accomplishment report na hard copy. Yung nag-intent lang. Gamay raman ang nag-intend sa Brigada Eskwela. Yung ano, tapos soft copy yung sa Google Drive, na link na binigay sa inyo. Doon nyo ilagay yung ano nyo, yung final sa nag-intent lang. But yung mga hindi nag-intent, we receive your report. No? Mayroon ding ibang district. Hindi ko pa yun di-close. When I check it, merong mga schools na hindi pa nag-submit doon sa Google Drive. So please submit your report kay yun din ang evidence ko na ifo-forward ko kay chief na ito ay nag-submit ng report sa Brigada Eskwela. So yun lang po sa SOCMO na concern para sa ano nyo, MOV sa Office CRF. Do you have questions, clarifications, suggestions? Sir Jongjong, basi na sila yung mga pangutana. Sir Floor, basi na yung question sila about sa partnership. So, i-run through na ko ang si Sir Elver Gonisto. Go ahead, sir. Sige, sir. Pangutana, sir. So, I'll show you the manual. Mag-ano lang tayo. Mag-run walkthrough. Ma'am, pwede mag-upload pag sa asa. Yes, while okay pa ang mag-consider pa kami sa DPDS since na laging nag-e-error ang system. So, pwede pa mong mag-download ay mag-submit sa inyong DPDS. Naka-mute daw ang mic nila. Walay mic si Sir Elver. Naka-mute daw. Naka-mute daw.
Yes,
okay na,
Mamay.
sir.
Okay na, Mamay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay na, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Mamay.
Sige. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon po, ma'am. Yung form sana, yung concern namin, ma'am, yung mga MOU, MOE, at saka yung ano yun, ma'am, DOA.
Oo. Actually, sir, dugay na ko nakahatag man kanang after bitaw sa atong orientation sa DPDS, di ba, na ato'y link sa Google Drive na reorientation DPDS materials. Na dito ang kuan, sir. Na dito ang sample sa DOA, DOD, OWA. Na dito, sir.
Ito yung mga prescribed. Yun ang mga prescribed mga forms, ma'am, no?
Yes, yun
na
ang
dapat
generic.
sana gamitin.
Yes, tapos edit lang din yung name ni school, ni donor. Oh, yes, sir.
Sige po, Mamay. Thank you, ma'am. Yun lang po yung tanong ko, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Yun lang mga forms natin, no? Yung sa brigada, yung DPDS din ang basihan.
Yes po, ma'am. Okay po, ma'am. Salamat po, Mamay.
Oo.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Mai.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Ma'am, kani akong question, ma'am, dili ni sa brigada, ma'am, but linkages, ma'am, ba na ay nangutana, ma'am, regarding sa kanang kuan daw charity, ma'am. Asa na siya kung naay pananglitan certain individual nga gusto siya mo connect sa DepEd for dili po ko sure kung unsay iyaha, pero definitely sa ato bawal man ang money, no, pero basig mga uban nga resources. Kuan siya, ma'am, kanang unsaon na siya, ma'am, charity ang gisgutan, ma'am, makasulod ba daw na diri sa atwa unsaon daw na, ma'am? Nakay
magsulat siya. or makikistorya siya sa ako or magsulat siya kay SDS and then email lang sa ako ka ako mag-facilitate unsa iyang program, unsa iyang buhaton, unsa iyang i-donate, unsa iyang gusto, kisa anong sa criteria sa iyang donitan kay na may partner nga sila yung magbuot sa ilahang hatagan og donation. So
Okay.
yeah, they are
So, ang sa siyang kuan sa imo ma'am para makabalo siya unsa iyang buhaton ma'am no.
Yes, then kung gusto siya kung school level lang ikaw yang gusto siya sa imo na siya mag-donate na pwede man diretso na sa imo. Para ikaw na ang maka-close sa inyong partnership, balikan mo na sa school level na dili na sa ako na level. Pero kung gusto siya og other schools, gusto siya og dako na that pwede diri sa division na level ma'am. Pero kung kailan nakana niya tapos gusto niya imuhang school na sige discuss sa iya sa tong gi-discuss na ko ganina i-discuss mo sa kanya sa iyang
dili man ma'am ang iyaha ma'am kay DepEd man gud ang iyang gikuan wala man siya ni particular na diri ra sa school ma'am. So DepEd ako
division of Lanao yang gusto or buo makikonnect siya sa division of Lanao or central office regional office.
Mo na sa sabtan ma'am may murag division of Lanao kay naaman siya sa division naaman siya sa Lanao karon so mo na iyang giingon niya. I do not know pero akong nadunggan nga kana siya na siya charity from abroad niya. Murag basi gusto niya nga diri siya sa Lanao del Norte. Di lang ko kabalo particular ba diri sa Linamon ug asa dapita basta kay DepEd ang iyang gi-mention. So moto akong gitubag nga siguro mo kuan lang ka dito sa imo lagi ma'am sa social mobilization nga sa focal person kay para makahatagan ka og advice. Correct to ako ang gikuan ma'am.
Oh yes ma'am, correct. Or kuan pod, tagin na lang siya sa email ipasulat na lang siya para unsa iyang purpose, then unsa iyang kuan, then iyang contact number, butang lang niya sa iyang email para pag ma-receive na ko ang letter, i-facilitate din na ako. Tawagan pod na ko siya.
Asa man nadapit ang email ana ma'am unsa man nga email ang gamit?
socmob.ldn@deped.gov.ph.
Okay kato ma'am no. Sige ma'am May, kato lang ang question ako. Thank you kay ma'am.
Oo, welcome.
Clarification ma'am.
Yes ma'am. Ma'am,
yes.
clarification lang ma'am regarding the deed of donation ma'am. Do we need to have a signature from the notarized by the attorney ma'am?
Sa DOD?
Yes ma'am.
Oo. Kanang kuan naman partner man na to si Attorney Armas. Pwede mo diretso dito sa iyong office pero be sure na naapoy isa nga kopya para sa iya free man ta dito sa iyang office na ingnon lang ninyo na for ito brigada eskwela na kuan MOA or DOD.
For kuan kanang partnership
no? Okay para
okay ma'am, thank you ma'am.
Na mag-xerox bitaw.
Okay ma'am, thank you mamay.
Oh, welcome.
Ma'am, sige ma'am.
The things to be produced. Ma'am, katong nag-intend sa Brigada Eskwela Contest, actually nag-message ang region. Wala pa na ako na-discuss kay Chief kay daghan pa kay activity sila Chief. Nag-message ang region na kuan kanang gusto na nila makakawag result sa Brigada Eskwela sa October 30. So ni comment mi dito na wala man mi na inform na bulana because ang sa national memorandum is next year pa ba ang search 2022 February. So nag-question mi nganong very early nga ang nakalagay sa national memo is ang pag-submit og accomplishment na October. Wala man giingon dito nga mag-submit og kuan katang result, wala pa man mi naka-receive og memo. So that's why na nagpa-prepare na lang ko daan sa tanang nag-intend sa ilahang video presentation na 7 minutes o katong hard copy sa ilahang report sa accomplishment report sa Brigada Eskwela. kaning anong problema sa DPDS, time to time try lang siya po mag-open kay mag-error siya because busy ang system. But yung about sa password, about sa pag-reset sa ICT na siya na section, then naman na sa website sa DepEd na mag-request mo dito sa inyong DPDS password. So dito mo mosulod, then automatic dayon na i-answer i-email sa inyo sa ICT. Oh. Kanang about sa mag-seek of help of na problem, pwede naman mo chat, pero mga basic ramang gusto na kuan kanang problem sa DPDS error. So once error, it means busy ang system. So you try to upload and then review ninyo inyong template, like ang file name, ang template nato dili siya pwede i-copy paste, dapat mag-manually encode mo. Dili siya pwede kay sensitive ang template. Dayon katong mga months na capital letter o August, September puro capital, dili to siya, ma-error to. So dapat katong small letter siya, ang first letter lang sa word ang capital. So mo na siya i-review ninyo ang
aplikante. Naaman mo ang schedule.
Bali hindi na mo mag-screenshot sa DPDS kay ang basihan na mo ang transmittal report ninyo. Bali makitan raman na mo sa ako na level, makita na nako ang mga nag-submit. Tapos di ba karon for example October, at the end of the month dapat by November 6 naka-upload na mo. Tapos i-email dayon ninyo sa amo ang transmittal report na ma-download ninyo na siya dito sa inyong account sa inyong system. So mao to ang inyong i-submit sa amo ang transmittal report na naa sa inyong system sa DPDS. And then ang tanan na mga updates, mga queries, gi-post na ko tanan dito sa SOCMove kay dili mong good magsilbi bitaw na kada kuan na dili na ko ma-open tanan ng sa Messenger. So mao na nga dito na ko tanan gina-post dito sa SOCMove para mausan na tanan ang inyong mga pangutana ug mausan na nako og tubag, especially about sa DPDS. Sige, sa pamay yung question. Ma'am Marilo, na-answer na nako to imong pangutana. Ma'am Juliet, Sir Necesario. So ipakita na ko balik ang kuan ang SOCMove tong Facebook nato, LDN. Okay, mag-run through ta sa system. So, school heads, nara inyong manual. So, ang uban na confused, ang uban kang ilang gisudlan kay ang testing site. Dili man to siya dapat dili dito ang report ninyo no kay testing site raman to, pang practice ra to ninyo. So pag mag-final na mo submit dito na mo jud sa system sa DPDS. So nara login nara atong partnership database .deped.gov.ph sign in with your username and password. So nara inyong kuan, inyong dashboard. Yan. So, i-download niyo ang new template. Kay ang uban, mao nag-error kay dili ang new template ang gigamit. So, you open again your account and then download template. Tapos, yun na ang fill upan ninyo, no? So, ang gibutang dito, dili na siya butangan o currency sign, no? Kung 2,000, wala na currency sign. And then, i-encode ninyo manually ang ang mga data na i-input ninyo sa template, dili siya i-copy paste. Then, so mo ni siya dapat ang basahon, ibalik-balikon og basa, do not copy and paste. So, mao ni siya dapat ang ilahang i-review kana inyong mga focal person unsaon nila pag kuan sa DPDS. Para dili na magbalik-balik og sige pangutanan no. So, mao na ilang basihan kani. Ang date, no? Tapos, ang file name kay nara o PDS R10 underscore LBN underscore school name underscore school ID underscore month underscore quarter underscore year. So, mo ni siya ang file name sa template. I-rename. So, mo ni siya ang transmittal report. Once nakasubmit na mo, you download the school data para makita ninyo inyong mga na-upload no na report. And then download transmittal report. So mo ni siya ang inyong i-submit sa division office. So mo ni siya sa inyong MOV, pangitaan mo ani transmittal report. So ayan, kung gusto mo makakita sa inyong summary of contribution na dira ang summary of contribution no. So ana makita ninyo tanan din ha. So you can change your password. So mora ni siya. And then katong mga ipang fill up din ha, nara diri tanan ang description. So i-repeat nila, i-review nila ni ang manual no para dili kada kuan na i-chat nila no. So magbasa sila ani. Nara diri tanan, kompleto kayo. Kani pod na nahatag na ni siya tanan kaning mga about sa DPDS. So nara diri ang So nara o reporting period from quarterly reporting, monthly reporting na tanong. System will stop accepting reports on the 6th day of the succeeding month. So meaning sa October, pagka November 6, i-close na nila ang system. Okay, so mo na siya. So ang bago sa system kay kaning nana siya brigada eskwela intervention no. So makita na dito ang attendance, volunteer hours, resources generated. So mo ni siya ang DPDS update. So ako na lang gi-walk through kay na discuss naman ni before. So napa mo'y question about partnership. So ang tanan ninyo na hard copy sa inyong plan is napa sa kuano since katong naka-quarantine ko for 14 days, wala na ko nadala ni sa balay. And then ako running ibalik sa inyo once ma-okay na tanan. Napa mo'y question? Ay, kay Ma'am Malu. Kuan, Ma'am Malu, oo, katong sa abot sa BE contest, this month, mag-require nami sa tanan nag-intent sa Brigada Eskwela Contest sa ilang 7 minutes video presentation o inyong hard copy sa inyong Brigada Eskwela Accomplishment Report, and i-follow tong guide na gihatag sa inyong naka-post na to siya sa atong SOCMO na dito ang guide para mao na pud to among basihan no para easy ra sa inyo ha, di na mo maglibog unsaon ninyo pag compile ang inyong accomplishment report sa Brigada Eskwela. And then ang transmittal report sir, naara sa inyo ang system sir, sa inyong account, makit-an dito. Okay, sa paman. Welcome. So tanan-tanan na kuan partnership updates na naaragyo dito sa kuan sa SOCMO. So palihog lang jud ko basa-basa ninyo dato Kay naara gyud dito tanang files o tanang mga slides. Ako gyud gibutang dito tanan para guided mo. Oh, kani akong slide na i-post na ko dito po. Okay, so unsa pa man ang inyong question? Mag-download sa anak mamay. Unsa may i-download sa DPDS nara dito ang inyong template nara sa inyong account. Okay, so unsa pa man. So basahon lang ko ang nag-intent ha, basin na ako inalimtan. Basahon na ko ang school sa nag-intent ha, kay basin na ako inalimtan ba wala na ako nakita sa akong email. Claro Emricto, Dalama Central, Lanao del Norte National Comprehensive High School, Saavedra Elementary School, Salvador National High School, Kauswagan Central Elementary School, Marcela Mabanta National High School, Jeronima Cabrera National High School, Lala National High School, Pantauragat Central School, Tagitig Integrated School, Pedro Liwanag Memorial School, Lala Proper Integrated School, Maria Cristina Elementary School, Sixto Maghanoy Central, Maria Cristina, Nunungan National High School, Tambakon Integrated School, Pantauragat Agro-Industrial High School, Puna Piagapo National High School, Liangan East Elementary School, Pagayawan Integrated School, Esperanza Elementary School, Baroy Central Elementary School, Don Juan Diaz Memorial Integrated School, Pantar National High School, Esperanza Elementary School, Balui National High School, Jigo Patigayo National High School, Sabidra, Marcela, Kahayag Integrated School, Dalama Central, Dalama, Kulambugan Central School, Claro Emricto. So, mo niya akong na-print from my email. Basin na ay nag-email na wala na ako nakitaan. So, palihog kog message, i-message ko ninyo kaya akong pangitaon sa akong email. So, maura to ang nag-intend sa Brigada Eskwela. So, please prepare your hard copy. So, next week na kukuha ko ng hard copy ninyo and your 7 minutes video presentation and then nakasave sa Google Drive ka ng mga nag-intend. And then, katong mga schools din na deadline na to sa accomplishment report. Wala pa na ako na-close ang system. So, please submit also. Thank you. So, napa mo yung mga pangutana? Yeah, you're welcome. So, basin na ako nalimtan ha. Wala na ako nakitaan sa akong email nga nag-intend. Palihog ko ha kay makasalaon niya ako sa inyo. So, wala na may question. So, nandun na lahat sa SOCMOB na FB group natin. Lahat ng mga needs ninyo, mga slides, mga manual na nandun na lahat sa SOCMOB. Naka-post na dito. So, please browse. I-browse lang ninyo ang mga post dito. So, napa ba may mga pangutana? Or basin na ako nalimtan? Sir Flor, wala na sila question, dira? So, ayaw mo kalimot, no? Ang project name, kay name of project. So, kay kung wala na wala pod mo ikuan. So, for example, pang brigada, so, tanan-tanan na, ibutang ninyo brigada eskwela. Kani pang kuan or other programs ninyo. So, isulat ninyo dito, mo yun i-fill up sa template, no? So, kaning kaning manual, very ano lang ito, dali ra siya masabtan. Nara tanan dinhi. Naamoy kuan kaning process flow sa MOA ako pud ning i-post dadto. So napa ba mo yung mga pangutana? Wala na? Sir Jongjong, wala na sila pangutana? So okay na? So thank you very much for your questions, comments, and mga suggestions. Thank you kayo ha. So feel free to chat, to text sa inyong mga uban na queries o basin na po ko nalimtan, i-discuss. So thank you. God bless. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Miss Mai, are you done?
Yes, Jong, naman ako. And then, pahabol ni Ma'am Malaubang. I will check, Ma'am, no, katong imuhang intent. Wala ka nag-email? Kay kung wala, sa email naman ako ning gibasihan. I will check na lang. Thank you. So, I'm done, Sir Jong. Sir Jong, thank you kayo. Thank you so much. Thank you, ICT. Thank you to Ma'am Ablino. At least, ginatagan ko time to discuss about the partnership and linkages, no, para sa ating school heads.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosmila Pasain. Thank you, Ms. Mataid. And now let's have the Senior Education Program Specialist of the Monitoring and Evaluation, IVT Humawan, for our second speaker for this afternoon. Ivy. Ivy Humawan, are you there? Ivy. Ivy. Ivy Humawan, it's your time na po.
So, good afternoon. Okay, thank you, sir. Sir Flor, salamat.
Take it away, Ma'am Ives.
Hello, good afternoon. To our Schools Division Superintendent, SDS Edelberto L. of Linaria, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary T. Masisar, our SGOD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmila T. Ablin, our CID Chief, Dr. Maria Eva S. Idon, our Administrative Officer, EO Armando Pasok, to all SGOD personnel, and to all participants of this training, good afternoon. Okay, this afternoon, I would like to share with you the KATAMI, Quality Assurance Technical Assistance Monitoring and Evaluation. But before that one, for our OPCRF, we have 5 key result areas. We have from KRE 1 to 5, so we will just particular with KRA number 4, the parents' involvement and community partnership, which is 13%. Particularly in Objective 4.4, conducted M&E in collaboration with external key stakeholders to assess and measure the effectiveness of PAPs, or that is also known as PPAs, program, projects, and activities, implemented by the school partners to improve learning outcomes of the learners for school year 2020-2021. So during our evaluation of our OPCRF, so mostly of the school heads have rating of only 1, no, except for those 4 schools submitted the KATAMI report officially in the division office. So we have this indicator for quality. So usually we have this rating of 1, means monitored at most 19% of the PPAs using prescribed M&E tools. For the efficiency, presented any one of the MOVs. And for the timeliness, submitted the final quarterly reports 3 weeks beyond the scheduled due date. So that's why you have an average of 1 multiplied by 3%, that's 0.03. So is that your rating for the OPCRF? Hello? Hello? Good.
Ma'am Ives, you just can look at their chat, that our meeting chat room, because they are forbidden to open their microphone. Just look at our meeting chat room, ma'am.
Okay. So for Sir Jong, okay lang ang audio?
So clear except sa mga trucks and cars. Nagalabay-labay.
Lagi. Okay. For the, okay, I will continue. Thank you for that, Sir Jong. For the implementation of programs, projects, and activities in school, so as a school head, before the implementation of those PPAs in our schools, that's reflected, of course, in our school improvement plan, we have that approved action plan for the whole school year. You have also that document approved proposal. So from that document, so you have now the go signal, since you have that approved proposal, that you are now qualified to implement that approved proposal. So we are now in the implementation stage. That's implementation proper. Then after implementation stage, or we are required to report the completion report. Let's say, for example, you have learning and development of teachers. That's our program. Then you want to capacitate, no, the teachers. We have that capacity building for teaching personnel, particularly, of course. So you will think of an activity to conduct training for the teachers. And you think also that what are those training needs of the teachers. So from that, you think how to conduct the KATAMI, since you have approved training in your school. So you're going to conduct KATAMI. This is the rationale behind of implementing KATAMI. So the development of the quality assurance, monitoring, and evaluation, or that is also known as QAMI. TA here is technical assistance. So QAMI is in accordance to the installation of the Department of Education Quality Management System, aligning to Administrative Order number 161, institutionalizing quality management system in governance, amended through Executive Number 605, institutionalizing the structure, mechanism, and standards to implement quality management program. issues direct all government agencies to implement and institutionalize the National Quality Management System as a strategy to promote transparency and accountability in governance, provide framework for assessing quality system performance, a quality system performance, establish public service, quality standards, and recognize quality excellence among government organizations. That's why we really need to help to quality assure whatever programs, projects, and activities conducted in our school. So the KATAMI aims to determine quality at implementation by evaluating adherence to standards and processes and quality of outputs. Then provide guidance, or technical support to implementers to close the gap between the standards and the actual practices and outputs. Then measure outcomes of learning and development as evidenced by participants' reaction to activities, improvement in competency, change in behavior and practices, and impact contribution to achieving the goals of the unit or department, and feedback result to guide management decisions and actions. So that's the aims of KATAMI. In every trainings or seminars, workshops conducted in our school, so this is now the structure, the program management structure. So we can see that there is a KATAMI associates included. No? So in your matrix, do not don't forget that there is time for the participants to do the KATAMI. So the program manager, that's in every training conducted. So you assign of course, in the school, that the program manager is, of course, the school head automatically. Then the training manager, you are a teacher who is in charge as manager, welfare officer, logistic officer, finance officer, and the KATAMI associates. So we have already identified who are the KATAMI associates in our school. So under manager, we have secretariat or the documenter. Then learning facilitators, which is not connected to the learning facilitators. You can invite speakers or who is knowledgeable about the topic. No? So you can invite speakers that, like for example, in your last session, if there are topics that based on the training needs analysis, that particular topic is very important. No, that your teachers must be trained on the particular topic, and nobody could give that discuss that topic. So we can invite learning facilitators outside our school. So these are the roles and responsibilities. The program manager oversees the entire program, coordinates all efforts. Training manager focuses on actual training to ensure that the program is implemented as planned. Logistic officer plans and secures logistic to support the training. Welfare officer ensures the provision for health, wellness, security are taken care of. Finance officer oversees the efficient allocation of funds and timely release, as well as documentation for liquidation. Then here, the M&A coordinator implements the M&A activities and prepares report. Trainers delivers the training, then documenters and secretariat. Then specific persons are assigned to perform tasks and responsibilities. So in the SGOD, all trainings, seminars, and workshops for the SGOD, these are the assigned person, no? Of course, our program manager for the SGOD, our very active chief of the SGOD, Dr. Maria Carmila T. Ablin, and our associate program manager, Ma'am Arlene D. Manginsay, the training managers, the project owner or the process observer of the training. Then we have Ma'am Jennifer Intong as chairman of HRTD, welfare officers, then in charge for our nurses, division nurses, Dr. Melvin Inario, Dr. Celia Sobere, and also Sir Amanti Damayo. Logistic officers, we have Ma'am Lidian Cabahog, Jennifer Intong, Engineer Jana, Joy Mogot, Daniel De Luna, and we have here Sir Ampay and Ma'am Charibet Gopit for the supply officer, mga logistics, no? In conducting trainings. Katami Associates, yours truly as M&A coordinator, my partner, Lidian Cabahog, and our planning officer, Ma'am Francisca Mogot and Jennifer Intong. The secretariat and documenters, we have Sir Bridget Abalorio as chairperson, Ma'am Rasmila Kusain, Jennifer Intong, and Amanti Damayo. The finance officers, Ma'am Maria Mapandi and Emily Padayhag, and of course Sir Tor Ardon. So all trainings in the SGOD, CID, and OSDS, no, those are assigned, no, as in the program management team. So we've issued, in our division, we have issued a division memorandum titled, the subject is Quality Assurance Technical Assistance Monitoring Evaluation, or KATAMI implementation. So we are guided on this division memorandum per Regional Memorandum Number 607 Series of 2019, entitled Policy on the Implementation of Quality Assurance Technical Assistance Monitoring and Evaluation, or KATAMI. In the region, KATAMI shall be implemented in all trainings, seminars, workshops, and other related activities of the Department of Education in the school's division office. In line with this, the field is hereby informed that trainings, seminars, workshops shall have KATAMI. After the conduct of activity, the following reports: KATAMI Analysis Form 1, KATAMI Analysis of Session and Daily Operations, Summary Result of the End of the Activity Evaluation, Attendance Sheets of Participants, Pictorial Report, Memorandum with approved and approved, if applicable. So those are those training. Enclosures of the KATAMI operations, end of the activity evaluation, analysis form 1, and KATAMI analysis form. The said report shall be submitted 5 days after the conduct of the activity to the division office through our SGU. Those as enclosure on that division memorandum. So this is dated March 19, 2020. Memo on this in our DepEd LDN. So enclosure 1 on this division memorandum, we call it KATAMI Form D, daily evaluation of session facilitator and daily operations. This is a NIAP, no, to be administered every after session. So we have this profile, the title of the training, name of the participant, that's an optional, school, session topic, session facilitator, division, and date conducted. So significant learning for the day. What will you do differently as a participant given your learning? That is for the qualitative, no, data to be captured. For the quantitative, evaluation of the session and the trainer or the facilitator. So check the appropriate column for your answer. Session started on time. So we have here 4 points. It is strongly agree. Agree 3 points. Disagree 2. And strongly disagree 1. Session ended on time. Topic was relevant to our work. Objectives of the session were achieved. Activities were congruent to objectives. Activities were appropriate for adult learners. Participants were engaged in activities. Session materials were relevant. Session materials were adequate. Session materials were given on time. time allotment was adequate. Since we are now on pandemic, there are some questions that are no longer applicable. You can delete, no? You can delete some of the questions which are not applicable to the situation. Now, since we are having webinar, so there are questions that are just like session materials were given on time. Even if this webinar, we can still give some materials like PowerPoint presentations, no, or other kuan basta. Those,
Ivy,
sir,
wala nag-move imong slides.
wala nang move. Kana, sir? Kuan naman ni siya kanang nakalink. Wala? KATAMI tools lang, Sir Jong. From the KATAMI tools. Okay, I will just open the memorandum, no, because this is linked from the nakalink siya sa kuan. This one. How about that, Sir Jong? Ma-view na? Okay na? Okay, for the facilitator training or the trainer facilitator or anybody from the participant, okay na ang tool, KATAMI tool, ma-view ra ninyo. Okay, exhibited mastery of the topic. Express ideas, thank you, Sir Floor. Express ideas clearly, ask stimulating questions, process questions and responses to deepen the learning, was sensitive to the participants' mood, maintain positive learning environment, and observe appropriate attire. Even if we are in webinar, still we will observe proper or appropriate attire. No? How can the session be improved? Comments and suggestions. So that's the tool for a daily evaluation of the session facilitator. So if we have 10 sessions, then you have then 10 trainers or facilitators. So you will evaluate that 10 sessions. Let's say, for example, if you have 5 days training, so 2 sessions per day, so you need to evaluate, you need to give rating and feedback per day, per day for session 1 to session 10, for speaker 1 to speaker 10. Then end of the activity evaluation. So if it is a 5-day training workshop, so at the end of the training, that's a 5th day, so we need to answer this end of the activity evaluation. So what are the indicators or the questions here? So after the conduct of the training program, I believe that still 4 points that strongly agree 3 points disagree, 2 strongly disagree, 1. Program management, the training program was delivered as planned. Let's say, for example, if the training program is planned as it is to be conducted for 5 days, pero na-finish lang siya in 2 days. So that is that that particular training program was not delivered as planned. The training program was managed efficiently. The training program was well structured. So attainment of objectives, the activity objectives were clearly presented. The activity and session objectives were attained. Delivery of content. The content was appropriate to participants' roles and responsibilities. Content delivered was based on authoritative and reliable resources. Decision activities were effective in generating learning. Adult learning methodologies were used effectively. The number 10, a management of learning was effectively structured. Contribution of all trainees was encouraged, and trainees demonstrated a clear understanding of the content delivered. So provision of support materials. The support materials provided were appropriate to the training needs, and support materials were adequate and were given on time. So these questions can be omitted, especially we are having a webinar. Program management team. The program management team members were courteous. Program management team was efficient. Program management team was responsive to the needs of the trainees. So venue, since this is not applicable, you can omit these questions sa venue. So meals, if applicable only. No, venue and meals. If no longer applicable, do not include those indicators. Please provide your honest response to each of the following questions. Briefly describe what you have learned and how it will help you with your work. No? What do you consider your most significant learning from the program? What changes would you suggest to improve similar programs in the future? What further comments do you have? So that's for end of the training evaluation. So it is expected that all participants must um, give feedback at the end of the activity. Then analysis of the on-site monitoring evaluation results, or this is KATAMI analysis form 1. So using the daily evaluation monitoring KATAMI tool and also end of the training evaluation tool, so you can use this one as analysis of the on-site analysis form 1. So summary na ni siya. So if there are 10 sessions, so session 1, session 2, day 1, day 2, session 3, session 4, day 5, so mapunan ni siya nga table. No? Depende kung pila ka days i-conduct ninyo inyong training. So based on the result of the evaluation of the session and the facilitation done by the participants, answer the following questions. So ang iyong isubmit sa office, ayaw na tong kaninang summary, ayaw na tong individual or daily rating of the participants. Just submit the analysis. Session 1 and average session rating, strong points, unsa may strong points, areas for improvement, recommended or steps to address the issue. So out of their questions, out of their answers from the given questions, we can cite some strong points, no, strong point, excellent, no, something like that comment, the qualitative answer from the participants. Then areas for improvement, recommended steps to address the issues. So usually now, since we are webinar, mostly of the participants, their comment is very, they have the problem about the internet connectivity, no? So mostly of the problems in ana, since we are webinar man. So part 2, analysis of the daily operations of the training program. So day 1, pila ang overall rating, sa day 2, day 3. No? Based on the results of the evaluation of daily operations, answer the following questions. So using sa kani nga tool, maka-answer ka adto nga questions kani nga tool. Kani daily evaluation of session. Kana i-consolidate nimo ang answer kung akay 60 ka participants, i-consolidate na ang average rating of all diri ibutang ang overall rating. Average katong overall result or sum divide pwede naman sa Excel, no? Automatic man na siya. Anyway, we have a training actually for KATAMI. So mga sum computations, mga sample computations, we will discuss that one during the KATAMI training. So maybe by November next month. No, so overall rating, so we can have, it's very easy during using the Excel format. No? So just add sum, then divide number of participants or number of responses. You can get the overall rating, then strong points, and areas for improvements and suggestions. Are there critical incidents that are not captured by the evaluation tool? No, so captured naman to, there are specific questions to be answered by the participants. So describe these incidents in the table below. So kung naay mga other, if not captured in our given questions, kung wala, so just put it none. Important, part 1 and part 2 should be used for debriefing as feedback to the learning area focal person or program management team for information and immediate action. So usually you have the participants give positive feedback in the conduct of the activity. So no violent reactions or negative feedback. If there are mga negative feedback, I will automatically inform the program management team with regards on that feedback that needs to be given an action. No? Part 3 of this tool, analysis of the results of the post-program implementation. Based on the results of the post-program evaluation, answer the following questions. What are the strong points of the training program? Identify factors that help these areas if possible. Then, in which areas should the training program be improved? Then, identify factors that contributed to these areas if possible. So, what are the strong points and areas for improvement? So, are there critical incidents that are not captured by the evaluation tool? Describe these incidents in the table below. So, if none, just put it none. Prepared by the school head and submitted to our chief, Maria Carmela T. Ablin. Then for the enclosure 4 of the division memorandum, we have KATAMI Analysis Form 2, Summary of Daily Monitoring and Evaluation. We have title of the training program, date, venue, school head. What is the general evaluation of decision and evaluation? So for day 1, day 2, day 3, then overall rating of facilitators, summary of comments and suggestions. Then major observations and findings. What is the general rating of the training program, daily operations, the overall rating, and kani this one is session and facilitation, kani is training program. Summary of significant comments and suggestions. Are there critical incidents that should be addressed by the training program or provider management? So critical incident, just indicate here, then major observations and findings. What is the general post-program evaluation rating of the entire program? Recommendations for future training program for improvements and recommendations for policy actions. So, dili di ay katurang check sa mga participants atong isubmit as KATAMI report. We need to analyze their responses. For the summary result, this is now the template for the summary results of the training evaluation. So, get the average per indicator, kana average rating, kana, no? Then, unsay mga common answer for the qualitative answer, what is now their common answers? Maybe you just identify the top 10 highest responses out of the kaning questions. Like for example, describe what you have learned and how it will help your work. So, ikuha mo ang common na answer sa mga participants, then just make it one of 50 responses from the participants, no? Kaya magbalik-balik man na ang mga responses nila common. Ang uban po participants period ra jud ikuan i-reply, no? So wala ang uban no answer or just they reply it as none, no? For 5 days nga training, none ra jud ilahang changes would you suggest to improve similar programs in the future? None. Then prepared by the school head. This is the summary results for session of facilitators. So if you have speakers, so do not put the name of the speaker. You have that in your matrix, no? So that we the name the name of the speaker will not be so exposed in the report. Anyway, that's indicated already in the matrix. Just put it speaker 1, speaker 2, and speaker 3. Ana. Okay, those are the KATAMI tools no needed after the conduct of the activity. So mo na usually mamunsa di among himuon man pag human og conduct sa training, no? So unsa may mga KATAMI tools. So those are, so please be guided in that memorandum dated March 9, 2021. Sige. So I will continue my slides. So we are now in the KATAMI tools. So those are the KATAMI tools needed for the conduct of the training. So our online tools, so only there are questions that are limited questions only because those questions are applicable during this time, during this pandemic. So there are online questions given. So for the evaluation of session and trainer facilitator or trainer or the facilitator. So I have only 4 questions here for the session. The topic was relevant to our work. Objectives of the session were achieved. Objectives were congruent to objectives. Time allotment was given on time. So that's for the session. Then for the speaker, so you can have it 6. Exhibited mastery of the topic, express ideas clearly, ask stimulating questions, process questions or responses to deepen learning, was so most likely kung maghimo kag online tool, so ingani siya og picture din. Right after every session, how can the session be improved? Then end of the orientation evaluation. So I have only 4 here. So available when needed, courteous, efficient, responsive to the needs of the participants. Feedback from the activity. So I have only 4. Objectives of the session were explained well. Instructions for the session were explained well. Facilitators or resource person guided the participation well. Design of the sessions are appropriate for the objectives. No? So since we are having webinar, so I included the online experience. 4 as excellent, 3 is good, 2 fair, and 1 could be improved. So is on joining the platform, just like what happened this afternoon. No, I really asked Sir Floor to assist me kay wa ako kita sa video microphone. Then control ni Sir Floor. Course materials, navigation on the platform during the online orientation, interactions with other participants, interactions with facilitators. So most likely, they have this feedback that they have problem in the internet connections, but when I check this result for the quantitative, no, this is the quantitative result. So the final result is 4, naaman sa excellent, but for the qualitative, for their answer is they have having problem with the online experience. No, sometimes kung ka ang insakto ani ang kaniyang the click lang or basta nag-click basta 4 ang highest, then kuan wa nay basa-basa, then pag abot dito sa inyong feedback is kuan siya kanang dili siya consistent na in terms of rating excellent, no online problem in terms with the internet, but in terms of feedback na ay problema. So make sure we will give time to read the indicators and make sure kung muhatag tag rating nga 4, that is really 4. Muhatag tag rating nga 1, that is really 1 point, no? Because every rating is very important. So we have overall comments and suggestions. Diha pangkuan mo tanan, i-express ninyo diha tanan, no? Don't worry kay naapod mi gisignan ana nga all informations dili jud na maabot sa kuan other, no? We will not share whatever information nga submitted during using that online tool. Then we have this privacy consent. I have read and understand the data privacy statement and express my consent. So you allow us, the DepEd Lanao del Norte, the SGDM and its section, to collect, store, use, and share, and process and update your mga personal informations because since name is optional, so na school, no, that is to track if you are really a participant of the training or who are the participants of the training responded the tool. So that is to track, to check if, because giving your feedback is one of the requirements in attending training. So that's why na mga imig name, no? So as of this time, malipay na ko kay sa una kuan ra jud kayo ng 10 lang ang mo response karon moabot dayon og, no? Moabot dayon og if that is 60 participants of that particular training, na 50 plus nga response, almost 100% of the responses with regards to the KATAMI. No, for that, thank you so much, no, school heads for participating our KATAMI. So why measure customer satisfactions? So customer feedback provides insights to improve the product and overall customer experience. So are you satisfied with the trainings? No, are you kuan? So from that feedback form, or we call that as a KATAMI, quality assurance technical assistance. So from your feedback, we can give technical assistance. No, we can monitor and evaluate with regards to the conduct of the said activity or programs, projects, and activities. Customer feedback identifies happy customers who can become advocates, just like with your trainings about the civil service with the Ma'am Aluna as a speaker. So you really have your feedback is really, you are really satisfied with the training and you really want more and you learn a lot from the training. No, so you mostly of the school heads, the participants of the trainings are happy joining that training. No, so that's a good feedback. Hearing your responses. Then customer feedback helps inform decisions. So since you really want to know more about mga guidelines, policies, no? So maybe that's a consideration also for the next school year that we really need to capacitate our school heads, especially in mga guidelines, policies about Department of Education. Important. For the computations, so we can have this strongly agree as 1 point, disagree 2, agree 3, strongly agree 4. So if you have that average of 3.5, so that's a standard or passing. But if the average is only 2 or 2.1 or below 3.5, there is something wrong in the conduct of your programs, projects, or activities. No? So that is during the implementation. How about the tools used, the KATAMI tools to be used during sa post-implementation? So we have this KATAMI Form G program completion report. Mostly of the school has submitted their KATAMI report as an attachment of their program completion report. So the program completion report, so this is now the content of your program completion report. So project title, the facilitators, location and the venue. If this online, just put it online, then or not applicable, duration, then date, the number of participants, the male and the female, then attach the list of participants for the training program, summary of attendance, then executive summary. At the end of the program, the participants will be able to, so the objectives of the program, general comments and issues encountered. In this section, make any general comments about program and identify any issues encountered in relation to its delivery, comment on the trainers and facilitators, participants, content program, delivery strategies, training materials. How about each management prior to the delivery, during the training proper, and other issues. So for the attachment, arrange chronologically for the attendance. Here, the M&E result, i-attach na dayon ninyo tong tool nga kaganya, KATAMI analysis form 1 and KATAMI analysis form 2. So nana dito, this is the M&E results. So then attach the breakdown of expenditures and photo documentations. So the HR, Ma'am Jennifer Intong, no, is the one who is checking the program completion report, and M&E result is part of that program completion report. So make sure that your KATAMI or the M&E result is recorded to my end now before you will attach that one in your program completion report. Now, so we have this KATAMI tracking system. So there is a link for that all trainings in your schools. So title of the training, summary na siya. Title, you can also access this tracking system form. Nga naa dito ang title of the activities upon, no, pag-receive, pag-check sa inyuhang KATAMI report. What is the title of your training or title of the activities, the school, instead of section school, then date conducted, the participants, how many participants, then the overall rating for the sessions, overall rating for the facilitators, general rating of the training program, then description, if it is above the minimum standard or passing score of 35. So since above na siya, remarks training program was successfully conducted. So the reference of this in the implementation, division memo number 20 series of 2021. So ako as M&E coordinator, I will input your approved training with a KATAMI report here in the KATAMI tracking system. So that when chief or our division office need data on the trainings conducted in schools, we can easily access through this tracking system of the KATAMI. We have also memorandum issued in the field submission of quarterly report of the status of 2021 programs, projects, and activities implementation. Basig nalimot po gihapon mo ani. All program holders are directed to submit the quarterly report on the status of 2021 programs, projects, and activities implemented every quarter of the calendar year. So if you, as a school head, you are the program holder of all the PPAs conducted in your school. So for the second quarter, January to June, third quarter, July to September, fourth quarter, October to December, this is quarterly report, and we have date of submission. Program holders are directed to submit the report through the link. So when I check the submitted report, only 13 reports but no signature from the school head. That's why PDF siya, dapat na ay naka-affix ang signature sa school head, meaning that report is authentic, no, because there is a signature affixed by the school head, not only uploading it without signature. Kay ang aura na abi sa school head, no, authority, responsibility, and accountability. Once you affix the signature of that particular report, meaning you are responsible if there are some queries or questions with regards to the implementation of programs, projects, and activities in school. No? Then we have template for the quarterly report of the status of 2021 program, projects, and activities implemented, accomplished by a program holder, noted by the immediate head. So this is the usually na ani gi-report ninyo during sa ISMEA sa governance. That ISMEA is our system in monitoring our KPI, di ba? Key performance indicators, and we really need to be aware that we need to monitor quarterly of our key performance indicators. Diba, mention naman to sa ato ang planning officer kaganina ang mga key performance indicators. So we must be aware on atong dropout monthly, no, our promotion rate, mga graduation rate, mga retention rate, so katong mga KPI nato sa access, sa quality. So we have this CMSS. So take note, school heads, make sure that you will input all the grades of the learners in the CMS system, because our regional office also can view the grades, no, or the data nga gi-input in the CMSS. And based on our report in the CMS curriculum management support system, for the second quarter to fourth quarter, for the kindergarten learners, naa sila sa developing stage, no? Developing stage ang mga grades of the kinder, and for the grade 1 to grade 12 or senior high school, naa sa satisfactory level, no, of all grades and all learning areas using the CMSS. That's why be careful in submitting or giving inputs of the data of all kanang mga links nga gi-required ninyo, because that serves our basis for decision making. Just like this is for the quarterly report in the implementation status of your PPS. Now, of course, this PPS reflected in your SIP. So what are those PPAs? That's in the first column, the physical accomplishment, target, number of participants or number of beneficiaries, actual number of participants or beneficiaries. So percentage, date started, then target completion date, remarks, allocation, or the total cost, that's for the financial accomplishment, utilization, then percentage of completion, then remarks. So we have the guide questions here for characterization. So physical is the implementation I have sample here. Let's say for example this one. Nag-conduct siya activity, training on pansangay na pagsasanay sa pagtuturong pagliteral para sa programang hamon bawat bata bumabasa or 3Bs. So number of participants, target 35. So actual 35. So physical accomplishment is 100% is January 20, then target completion date is January 22. So remarks, you can give it on time, no? Then for the allocation, so for this particular training na 60,000 as total allocation for the cost, then na-utilize po 60,000. So percentage of completion is 100%. So implementation and completion report was submitted on time. So that is a sample for the implementation of programs, projects, and activities, no, summary of in your school to be submitted quarterly. So here, school is so naatay actual target, actual date started, then target completion, then allocation cost, utilization, and percentage of completion remarks. So we are guided in these questions, no? Is the implementation on time? Kung 5 na siya ka PPAs dito na butang nimo in that particular quarter, 5 PPAs or 5 activities you have conducted in your school. So the factors facilitated good performance, so teamwork and active participation from the participants. Why is it implemented delayed? If there is a delayed, supposed to be the schedule is na-move due to pandemic, no? What PPAs were delayed? Training was conducted as early as 2021 due to the information dissemination of funds allocation. Then policies, advanced planning for the funds allocation, and have approved log frame for the program design. So all our APS, they have their own program and they have this approved log frame. No? Then early tracking of funds allocation for PPAs. For the financial, is the utilization low or over? Now, what programs, projects were underutilizing its resources and what are the bottlenecks affecting utilization its resources? So, prepared by the school head and noted ni Chief Ablin for that particular report. Okay, so I would like to end up this quotation by William Foster, that quality is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. That's all, and thank you so much. Do you have some questions? Okay, questions for the participants? Sir Jong. Okay, Ma'am Christine is raising your hand. Okay, Ma'am Christine, you are recognized. Ma'am Christine, you are recognized. Okay, Ma'am Lo. Okay, with regards sa KATAMI tool, that's an enclosure of the memorandum. You can access that one in our DepEd LDN. With regards to
Ma'am Ivy, na question si Ilianti de Masindel. Do we need to comply all those forms, ma'am, in every school-based training para maka-turn up sa FCCRF evaluation message?
yeah, all forms for the daily evaluation, all participants will comply on that, including the daily evaluation of the session and the trainers, and also end of the training evaluation. And it will be consolidated using the KATAMI analysis form. Sir Jong? Kadunggan ko, Sir Jong?
Yes, Ma'am Ives. Sorry, di kayo na busy sa mga resolution, sa mga RFQ.
With regards sa KATAMI tools, yes, you can access that one because that is posted in the DepEd LDN. And that is posted also in our DepEd LDN website, and that is well disseminated. That's all dated, that memorandum dated,
Third floor, na-request si Ma'am Marilu Apat.
March 19, 2021.
Question for the KATAMI analysis, pwede pa ba ang summary result generated from the Google form, ma'am?
The summary result of the Google form, you need to analyze pa, sir, because in the Google form it is automatically only the average, no? But there are questions kasi in the KATAMI analysis that we need to comply, just like mga need improvement. So from that result generated from the Google Forms, you need to analyze the data.
Ma'am Marilu Apat, you can now have the floor.
Okay. Ma'am Ivy, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Doc.
Okay, just would like to ask regarding this is KRA 4.4 o PCRF MOVs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, why is it that KATAMI only is the MOV to be considered in this KRA? If we are going to look an hour ago ng KRA 4.4, it doesn't tell us about training. It is daghan kayong buhaton ang KRA.
Thank you for that, for raising that. KATAMI, ma'am, you can use it not only on training, but you can also use it also other programs, projects, and activities. Not only for the training, but usually we have that mostly of our activities more on trainings. That's why we have that KATAMI. But still, we can use another, not only training, we can use other programs, projects, and activities.
For example, if you will
that template, katong summary of PPAs. You can use that, but in the online, only 13 submitted online link, and that link given, only 13 submitted the report, and other report, no signature of the school head. And it is stipulated clearly that the report submitted through online must there must be signature from the school head.
Okay, why is it that only 4 schools submitted? Is it properly disseminated that it is the KATAMI, is the MOV required for 4.4? I think it's not.
For me, ma'am, that's well disseminated, because we have DepEd website. That's all our communication must be posted there, and the KATAMI memorandum is posted there in the website, DepEd LDN website, and that it's our venue for posting all communications from DepEd.
Okay, communication, yes, but informing us nga i-appeal ba sa MOV, wala magud kaayo kay kung nakabalo ko, I known it, then I should have this MOV. Nganong wala man ko kabalo so with the rest of the principals?
In fact, we have a lot of trainings na for the KATAMI.
Yeah, but when we talk about KATAMI, it's just about training. Ang among nasabtan sa KATAMI, kanang na-discussan, kanang na-topic sige discuss, na-venue giheld. Dayon, ang uban dahil, like for example, mag-monitor ka sa project like nutrition program. Can you use that KATAMI in
quality assurance, technical assistance, monitoring, and evaluation? Yes, we can have tool on that as a KATAMI.
Kaya wala may
speaker. The KATAMI is not only for the training.
Pero wala may speaker good, then more on discussant man good, how effective.
So if those mga questions not applicable of that training, so do not include that indicators, because that template is given from the NIAP.
One time, Ma'am Ivy, I asked you, did you still remember that I asked you, can we make our monitoring tool school-based? Then ingon ka yes. Then naghimo me, then it's not recognized. So how do we have our school-based monitoring and evaluation? So when you speak of monitoring and evaluation, are you the one providing us the tool in our, especially in monitoring our PAPs? Do you have a tool for that?
The tool given is adapted from NIAP. That's also given from the regional office, and also as a tool for evaluating that particular activity.
And we have also different tool in monitoring our PPAs. It's not that KATAMI, lahi siya nga tool. So mo nang one time, di ba, dunay schedule for monitoring sa among PPA, pero na wala tungod sa pandemic atong cases. So doon naman ko sa
confirm, I will just raise that one to Chief Ablin with regards to the tool with other tool which is not applicable to the training.
Yeah, sabihin ko ang KATAMI, murag dili siya applicable to all. It's kailangan mo po tool ang PPA. Another concern being, so I hope it will reach to the office so that we will be also guided as to what to prepare. Dili kay nagkabuang na may pangita, nag-abot na sa rating. Mao din ay gikinahanglan.
Ako po as a concern po during sa kuan nga we have this instruction that since that is M&A, so what are those tools that given to the field nga to measure the use as monitoring and evaluation? Then we have that KATAMI, that's our program in the division. So for me, that's not a new, ma'am, because we have conducted several trainings for the KATAMI. But giving feedback, murabag na neglect na lang, not given an emphasis.
Kana bang one rate so kay wala naka-affiliate, wala J2, Y3, Y4, look at the indicator. Kay nganong di wala mi nakakuan like other diretso 1, dili di ay 2, na 3 na man pud mi mga tools nga gigamit. Only it's not KATAMI. So can't you consider that? So I hope it will be defined
okay, well taken po, Ma'am Lo.
O aron mahibawa na din kanang ato ang PPA bang activity, since you said that we are going to submit quarterly. Are we going to have it uniform? All schools will pass this quarterly kani nga mga PPA. Ano ba identified ang PPA nga i-conduct?
That's the PPEs indicated in your SIP only. Not all PPEs conducted in all schools. Sample na itong akong gikuhan nga niya.
Okay,
School
okay.
feeding program. The school feeding program is not applicable to all schools. We have only a few recipients for the school feeding program. Those schools who are recipient for the school feeding program, they're only the schools who will report on their implementation of the school feeding program.
Okay, so klaro ang PPA depends on the SIP. And
Yes,
then,
yes. Because we can...
naapo ko, last na lang, Bing. I hope it will also be defined, ha? Kanabang, ang ato ang OPCRF sa elementary o sa secondary lahi, aha na bilong ang IS. Aha na bilong ang IS. Naglibog ko sa kung gamiton, elementary ba o secondary?
I-erase lang naman ni Chief
Okay.
Mama.
So I hope, susunod na,
bitaw no, kaya ang IS, both siya, elementary, pwede siya elementary.
Pwede siya school, so dili pa lang siya pwede.
But the indicators in the elementary, ma'am, not the same with the elementary.
No, it's not the same. Not the same.
Not the same?
Oh, lahi siya. So kung ako, asa ko maglibog nga, I have my elementary. So do you mean nga kung akong OPCRF is only for the office sa secondary, but I have my elementary. So dapat ang ato ang OPCRF should be true to all. It's not for the elementary, it's not for the secondary or IS. It must be true to all. Walay diferensya. Kay pareha mamigi trabaho nga mga principal, wa may lain-lain. So mo na akong i-suggest lang no nga hopefully nga atong OPCRF should only have one form and that is for all, true to all. It's not only true to one. Thank you, Bing.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Long.
We still have questions from our participants.
With regards to the KATAMI tools, you can access that one in the DepEd LDN. That's posted in our DepEd LDN memorandum. And we have enclosures of that KATAMI. Then we have also by November, we have this KATAMI training. We have a detailed discussion on the KATAMI and how to create a KATAMI tools online and how to analyze the responses of the participants that's included in our topic during the training. So far, wala na pangutana?
None so far, Ma'am Ivy.
Okay, for that, thank you so much. Thank you, Sir Jong.
Okay, so Ma'am Ivy list down na ka sa imuhang mga kuan, imuhang mga winners. Naka-list down na ka sa imong mga winners, Ma'am Ivy. Atong mga nag-reply sa imuha.
Ugma pa na ako i-open, Sir Jong.
Okay, so we still have load
tomorrow morning, we still have, before that time of Ma'am Kabahog, I will explain the KATAMI for this training tomorrow morning.
Okay,
before
so
the time.
top 5 lang, Ma'am. Top 5 lang, Ma'am.
Top 5?
Okay. Thank you. Again, thank you so much to our Senior Education Program Specialist for monitoring and evaluation. Nawala na ako. Ang dami kasing work dito sa office. Okay, so that concludes our day. So may I request everybody to kindly open your cameras. Ang problema, hindi sila maka-open ng camera kasi bawal. Restricted.
Bitaw, sir, close ang camera.
Oo.
Ayan na.
Ayan na. Paki-open po. Ayan.
Di-open na, Sir Chong.
Allowed na ang lahat.
Allowed na, Sir Chong.
Sige. Picture tayo.
Hello.
Ayan na.
This documentation.
Sige, smile. Ay, naman gwapo ka. Dapo kay smile si Sir Silmar.
Wapo kay Silver, oh.
Mahal po diya, Ma'am Jal.
Ay. Yes, Ma'am
Hi,
Joel.
Silver.
Hi.
Hey, Jong. Hey, Jong. Smile.
Hi, Miss Wenda.
Hi, ma'am.
Smile. Ready? 1, 2. Kapa. And 1, 2. Okay, thank you so much.
Apil me.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Ma'am
See you tomorrow.
Tilay. Apil me. Good afternoon.
Hey, goodbye.
Apil me. Goodbye. Apil me. Pero
See you
goodbye.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Grabe, Elper, oh.
Bye-bye mo, klase. Bye-bye.
Bye. Ma'am Joliet. Ano?
Attendance, please.
Attendance link karon, Ma'am Ives. Wala pa, Ma'am Ives.
Oh, ang link tawon sa attendance.
Attendance kami para kami top 5. Ka-award me.
Close pa atong katami.
Pangload na ni, pangload.
Will be given after the last day of the training.
Attendance? Attendance, Ma'am Ives.
Wala ko yung ideas sa attendance, ma'am.
Ayaw sa.
Kabalo, asa kong balay. Exit the meeting.
Exit na.
Exit the delay.
Sige.
Tapos ipusin. Wala tapos ipusin yung day.
Ay. Alam, Ma'am Ivy. Ay, wala na. Babay na.
Ma'am Joel, ang saman.
Ma'am Ivy, sa na ni ako, pahabol na lang, no? Kanang, as what I understood, after making summary of analysis sa among KATAMI, sa among school base, before to siya ma-attach dito sa among submit dia sa division office for accreditation para sa evaluation sa OPCRF. Murag i-submit pa sa imo para ipa-check o ipa-evaluate sa imo before to siya mo qualify, i-attach din namo sa among approved proposal, completion report sa training conducted. Diba, ma'am, no?
Completion report, ma'am.
Yes.
We will just na lang, ma'am, kay di ba mag-submit man jud mo completion report.
Yes, ma'am.
So after ni Ma'am Jennifer, pwede ra after ni Ma'am Jennifer i-check na ko ang inyong KATAMI. Aron one
Yes, ma'am.
submission lang sa completion report. Di ba, as one of the attachments for the completion report is the KATAMI.
Yes, ma'am.
The KATAMI results. You just include that one in your completion report, and ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Then, so that I can record ma-record, mabutang nako na sa KATAMI tracking system ang inyong KATAMI result.
Katong mga tools, ma'am, nga among i-analyze, enclosure, itong forms 1 and 2, summary of analysis.
So, ang daily result, ma'am, pwede na to, ang daily evaluation, bita, let's say, for example, kung naakay 60 ka participants, dayon 5 days nga training.
Yes, ma'am.
Kaayo na siya, daghan kaayo. So, katurang summary na, sa analysis na.
Yes,
sa
ma'am.
daily evaluation o sa session. Hasta tong kuan. Sige lang, we have more discussions on that during our KATAMI trainings. Kay usually ang imo sa uban nakatubit ang gi-check sa participants, mo lang ang gi-attach didto. So then what will be the use of that by checking strongly agree? What is the meaning of that? So we need to analyze the responses of the participants. So dili lang katong check. But we need to fill up the KATAMI analysis form.
We can arrive at analyzing the result by computing, di ba, katong mga 5, 4, 3,
average lang siya, ma'am. Kaya kung dili siya mukuan og 3.5, meaning something wrong in the conduct of your, something wrong with the implementation of your activity.
Sige, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Uy, si Mr. Swaib. What? Swaib? Why are you now, Mr. Swaib? Karoon pa ko kita sa imo. Hello? Miss Romelyn Ventioris.
Hello, Ma'am Juliet.
Hello, hi. Sa mo na daog ganiha, pa-share adto. Ma'am
Hello
Romilin.
Kitty man daw to, ma'am.
Kitty, hatag na sa ako, dato bitaw ka. Akong sudlan tog chocolate.
Lipay gani ko nakadaog.
Ikaw man to.
Hi, Sir Suwaib.
Joke. Uy na, samot ka gwapo ning nakaduwaya, oh.
Ay, duwaya na din si Sir.
Ala, ako'y nagbulgar.
Ala, Sir, duwa na imong asawa, Sir.
Oh, inana na mga gwapuhon, ma'am.
Ala, agoy.
Oh, na samot na kagwapo kay ngita man nagtuluya pa.
Lagi, grabe ning mga gwapo na kay kuan no. Kanang mga swerte.
Swerte wala.
Mga bulahan ba?
Ay, Diyos ko.
Mr. Swabi, good na, ma'am.
Mr. Swabi.
Mr. Swabi, hello, Ma'am Isnay.
Hello, Ma'am Eli.
Hi.
Sir Swipe as guwapo as Mr. Swabi.
Buong Navarro, the second.
Oh, adaw. Dili ka madungog, Sir.
Tingog, sir.
Nakaklose imong mic.
Ay, ano imong kuan, Mike? Para madungog ka.
Lagi, para madungog ang busi sa kuan, nagduaya.
Ay, Ma'am Able.
Ay mong ibulgar, ma'am.
Ako man dahil ito.
Dili na makatulo. Di na makakita og kuan, ma'am. Kay mo nang giingon.
Katulo.
Mangita pa nagikatulo si Sir Suay, boy.
Batanon pa na, ma'am. Batanon pa kayo na. Wala pa na 40.
Bakon pa kagwapo.
Samot kagwapo. Tarawan ng buhok, ano,
Bakon pa kagwapo, ma'am.
Walay puti, black acid black na. Black kayo.
Bakon din mo ng pagkagwapo, Ma'am Isnay.
Lagi.
Bakon pagkagwapo, atigyan. Napakabata kong pan.
Kaya nga, may tidak may line na may gwapo bisa. May gritoki. Ay, sir, nagritoki ka? Nagwapo lagi kag samot, ay.
Agoy.
Palag senior, hapit ako, pero ang batano na ang pangutak.
Grabe, sir, oy.
Layo pa ka ma-senior, oy. Senyorito pa ka. Gamay nga senior. Senyorito.
Ako ma-senior. Ma'am, sir. Ma'am Ellen.
Oh.
Pick up, ma'am.
Dili lagi maklaro imong kuanaw, Ma'am Elaine.
Lagi,
ngit manggo dire.
Maka nagtago sa imong beauty diha.
Nagtalikod mangod ka sa kuan.
Suga.
Nagtalikod ka sa suga.